Somewhere it's late. Somewhere a light is still on. I like knowing that this story is finding you wherever you are tonight. Drop your city in the comments if you feel like it. And if you'd like more nights like this one, the subscribe button is how you find your way back. Now, let's begin. Scandinavia during the 8th through 11th centuries. Let that land settle into your mind for a moment. Not the postcard version with northern lights and peaceful fjords, but the real thing. The bone-deep cold, the months of darkness, the sky that simply refuses to offer any warmth. This is where our story begins. The winters here lasted 9 months out of the year. The sun, during those dark months, barely lifted itself above the horizon before giving up and retreating again. The growing season was 3 to 4 months long, if the conditions were generous. The soil was thin and rocky, sometimes barely a foot deep before you hit bedrock or permafrost. Farmers in France or Italy worked with dark, rich earth that would accept almost anything you planted. Scandinavian farmers worked with ground that had to be argued with, coaxed, and sometimes simply surrendered to. The forests were dense with pine and birch, beautiful in a severe way, but clearing enough land to farm meant weeks of backbreaking work with primitive tools, and even then, one failed harvest meant the whole community might starve. There was no margin. There was no safety net. There was only this year's food and the hope that next year would be kinder. And the winters were not the kind that appear in holiday films. This was polar darkness. In the furthest northern settlements, the sun would not rise for weeks at a time. From November through January, there might be a few gray hours of twilight around midday, if you were lucky. Light came from oil lamps and fires, which meant that gathering fuel was itself a form of survival. A family that ran short of fuel in February was a family in serious trouble. The cold could kill you in minutes if you were caught unprepared. It turned exposed skin black with frostbite. It froze the breath in your beard and stuck your eyelashes together. People did not venture far from their settlements during the worst of it, because getting caught in a blizzard was essentially a death sentence. And yet, the alternative. Staying inside for months at a time with your extended family in a single-room longhouse, minimal ventilation, smoke from the central fire, the smell of animals sometimes kept inside for warmth. That was its own kind of endurance. You are standing at the edge of a frozen field. It is sometime in the 9th century, and the sky above you is the color of old iron. The air has a smell to it, wood smoke, wet wool, and something colder underneath, something that has no name but that you feel in your back teeth. Somewhere behind you, the longhouse creaks in the wind. Somewhere ahead, the forest begins, dark and close, and something is moving inside it that you cannot quite see. Then the narrator steps back, and the story continues. Every resource in this world was earned at cost. Iron had to be smelted from bog iron, a slow and skilled process. Wool had to be sheared from sheep that themselves had to be kept alive through the brutal months. Fish had to be pulled from seas that regularly killed the people who worked them. Timber had to be cut from forests that contained wolves, bears, and other creatures entirely willing to make a meal of a person who wandered in alone and unprepared. This environment did something to people over generations, not just to their bodies, but to their values. When survival requires constant effort and constant toughness, those qualities become cultural. Weakness wasn't simply looked down upon in these communities. It was potentially fatal for everyone around you. A weak link in a small Norse village could mean everyone starves or freezes before spring. So strength, endurance, and the ability to push through pain became the most treasured things a person could offer their community. The Norse developed a concept called drengskap, roughly translated as honorable manhood, though it encompassed much more than that. A person with good drengskap would sail into a storm without flinching, would endure pain without crying out, would face death without begging. This wasn't vanity or performance. It was, at its root, a survival code dressed up in cultural language. And it applied to women as well as men, a point worth sitting with. Norse women were expected to embody many of the same qualities. The image of the helpless Viking woman is largely a fiction. But this is where the story of berserkers begins to separate itself from ordinary hardship. Because this environment didn't just produce tough people, it produced a culture that valued and actively cultivated extreme physical and mental toughness to a degree that moved beyond practical necessity and into something closer to spiritual discipline. The Norse weren't just trying to survive the winter. They were trying to create people who could push past what ordinary humans endured, who could become, in some sense, more than merely human. The villages scattered through the fjords and forests were small and isolated. Maybe a couple of dozen people in a cluster of wooden buildings, often days or weeks of travel from the nearest other settlement. In winter, these communities were completely cut off. You couldn't visit your neighbor when 10 feet of snow lay between you and them, and the nearest other village was 40 miles away through wolf-inhabited forest. This isolation meant each village developed its own particular traditions. Some became known for metalworking, some for shipbuilding, and some, scattered here and there throughout Scandinavia, became known for something else entirely, for producing berserkers. These were places where the old ways were kept with particular intensity, where certain practices were passed down from father to son with great seriousness. The initiation of young warriors in these communities began early, often when boys were barely into their teens. This was not a gentle introduction to combat. It was a systematic process designed to fundamentally change how a young person responded to fear, pain, and violence. Boys who showed a particular quality, a wildness, a quality of aggression and fearlessness that marked potential berserkers, were singled out for training that made ordinary warrior preparation look gentle by comparison. These boys would be sent into the wilderness alone, for extended periods, sometimes weeks at a time, with minimal supplies, perhaps a knife, perhaps not even that, and told to survive. They had to find or build shelter, hunt for food, avoid or confront predators, prove they could function in conditions that would kill most modern adults within 2 days. This was not character building in any soft sense. It was exposure to genuine lethal danger as a way of forging warriors who knew, from experience, that they could survive anything. And here is where the spiritual dimension enters, because the Norse believed that by spending time alone in the wilderness, by pushing yourself to the absolute edge of endurance, you could encounter the spirits of wild animals. This was not metaphor. They genuinely believed it. If you went deep enough into the wild places, suffered enough, endured enough, proved yourself worthy, the spirit of a bear or a wolf might take notice of you, might grant you some of its power. Young initiates would spend days in meditation and fasting, deliberately depriving themselves of food and sleep to reach altered states of consciousness. They would perform ritual dances, complex movements taught by older warriors, dancing for hours around fires until they collapsed from exhaustion. They would chant sacred songs called Galdar, believed to carry genuine magical power. The combination of physical exhaustion, sensory deprivation, malnutrition, and prolonged exposure to cold created the conditions for what modern psychology would describe as hallucinations. But what these young men experienced felt to them absolutely real. They reported visions of spirit animals, bears, wolves, approaching them, testing them, and in some cases merging with them. These experiences were not dismissed. They were treated as genuine spiritual initiations, as the moment a normal boy became something more. The bear cult was particularly strong in certain regions. A full-grown male brown bear in Scandinavia could weigh 600 pounds. It could crush a human skull with a single swipe. It could absorb multiple spear wounds and keep moving. Bears were solitary, fierce, and seemingly fearless. All qualities the Norse held in the highest regard. And so the most elite warriors sought to become like bears, to carry the bear's spirit inside them. Part of the initiation, in many traditions, involved hunting and killing a bear, not from a distance with a bow, not with a large hunting party, The initiate was expected to face a bear in close combat, often with minimal weapons, and kill it. I'll sit with that for a moment because it's easy to read past it. A teenage boy, a 600-pound bear, close range, minimal weapons. This was not symbolic. This was the actual requirement. Bears are fast despite their size. They are extraordinarily strong. Their claws can open a man like a letter. Their teeth can crush bone. They do not stop easily. And yet this was the test because the Norse were not looking for reasonable warriors. They were looking for exceptional ones. A young man who could track a bear through winter forest, face that creature, look into its eyes, and find within himself the will to attack. That young man had proven something fundamental. He had proven he could face the most terrifying thing in his world, and not run. If he succeeded, he would skin the bear and wear its hide as a cloak. This was not fashion. This was sacred. A physical sign that he had taken the bear's spirit into himself, that he now carried that animal's power. From that point forward, he would be known as a berserker. Literally, bear shirt, for he wore the bear's skin and had become, in some mystical sense, part bear. There were also the Ulfhidnar, the wolf warriors, who went through similar processes but aligned themselves with wolves rather than bears. Wolves were considered sacred to Odin, cunning pack hunters who worked together to bring down prey far larger than themselves. The Ulfhidnar fought in groups, used more tactical approaches, and were considered slightly more controlled than berserkers. Though that is a low bar, and everyone involved understood it. They wore wolf skins. They cultivated the wolf's fierce and predatory nature. Wolf warriors were more likely to be sent into the wilderness in small groups, expected to develop that pack cohesion that wolves embodied. Sacred plants and fungi played a role in all of this, and the specifics of what exactly was being used and how it worked will come later. But for now, understand that part of the training involved learning to use certain substances in controlled ritual contexts. Young initiates would be given carefully measured doses under the supervision of experienced berserkers or verlur, the Norse seers and wise women who understood these matters deeply. They would learn how their body and mind responded, learn to recognize the signs of the trance state, learn to ride the line between heightened combat capacity and complete loss of control. These experiences were not recreational. They were treated with complete seriousness. The preparations involved fasting, ritual purification, prayers to Odin, and ceremonial procedures passed down through generations. The substances were considered sacred, gifts from the gods. Using them carelessly was both spiritually dangerous and practically deadly. Get the dosage wrong and you might not survive it. Use them outside proper ritual context and you risk offending the divine. The physical training was equally severe. Berserkers did not simply practice ordinary combat techniques. They learned to fight in ways that deliberately cultivated aggression and eliminated hesitation. They practiced attacking without defensive weapons. They practiced charging into situations where any thoughtful person would pause. They learned to function through pain that would stop other fighters. They would deliberately injure themselves in training, cutting themselves with knives, pressing hot metal against skin, learning, through repeated exposure, to keep moving when their body was screaming at them to stop. From a modern perspective, this looks like abuse. From the Norse perspective, a berserker who flinched from pain was useless. The entire purpose of a berserker was to be the warrior who would do what others could not or would not, who would break through enemy shield walls through sheer ferocious aggression, who would, by his very presence, cause opponents to reconsider their choices before the real fighting even began. To create that kind of warrior required dismantling normal human responses to danger and rebuilding them according to an entirely different template. They also learned the sounds and movements that would become their signature in battle. The howling, the snarling, the biting of shields, the way they would work themselves into a frenzy before combat. This was learned behavior, practiced and refined. It might appear theatrical at a distance, but it served several concrete purposes. It helped trigger the psychological state they were seeking. It genuinely terrified enemies who had never encountered anything like it. And it signaled to their own allies that the Berserkers were entering their combat trance, which meant everyone nearby needed to move out of the way immediately. Young warriors also studied the sagas and poems that celebrated Berserkers of the past. They memorized the deeds of legendary fighters, learned the names and accomplishments of Berserkers who had achieved fame through their ferocity. Stories of Berserkers who fought on despite horrific wounds, who killed dozens of enemies in single engagements, who achieved impossible victories through sheer force of will. These were not simply entertainment. They were instruction. They were the operational record of what was expected, what was possible, what kind of warrior these boys were being shaped to become. The training also included something less obvious: techniques for managing the Berserker state, or at least attempting to. Because the combat trance that made Berserkers so effective also made them genuinely dangerous to be near. A Berserker in full rage did not reliably distinguish between friend and enemy. There are accounts of Berserkers who emerged from battle still in that state, where everything that moved was a target, and who immediately turned on their own allies. So part of the curriculum involved breathing techniques, meditation practices that look remarkably similar to what one finds in modern martial arts traditions, and mental methods for maintaining some thread of awareness even in the heart of combat fury. The most skilled Berserkers could, according to the accounts, control their rage with some precision, turning it on and off with something approaching deliberate intent. Whether any living person actually achieved that level of control, or whether that belongs to the category of legendary embellishment, is difficult to say with certainty. Most Berserkers operated on a simpler principle. Once you released them, you waited for them to win or exhaust themselves. And you stayed out of their path in the meantime. Communities that produced Berserkers generally kept these men somewhat apart from ordinary village life, especially as they aged and their control became more uncertain. There would be dedicated buildings at the edges of settlements where Berserkers lived together, outside the normal social structures. This served several purposes at once. It kept potentially dangerous warriors away from families and children. It allowed the Berserkers to maintain their own subculture without the friction of conforming to ordinary social expectations. And it created intense warrior brotherhoods, groups of men who had all passed through similar initiations, who shared similar experiences, and who could offer each other a form of understanding that ordinary villagers simply could not. These Berserker lodges had their own internal hierarchies. The most experienced held authority over younger ones, teaching them, disciplining them when necessary, and organizing them for war when a chief or king needed their service. These were not formal military units in any modern sense. They were more like warrior societies or cults, groups of men bound together by shared religious belief, shared experience, and shared commitment to a particular way of fighting and of being. The wider community's relationship with these lodges was complicated in the way that all necessary things can be complicated. Having Berserkers associated with your settlement was a mark of prestige. Raiders and enemy forces would think carefully before attacking a village known to shelter Berserkers. A chief with Berserkers in his service held real military power, which translated to wealth and influence. But Berserkers were unpredictable even in peacetime. They fought, damaged property, assaulted people when drunk or angered, and required constant management by the communities they lived alongside. Legal frameworks developed around this. Berserkers occupied a special status in Norse law. Their crimes were judged differently, because it was understood that they were not entirely in control of themselves, particularly if they could demonstrate they had been in Berserker rage when the offense occurred. This is a genuinely unusual moment in legal history. The Norse were effectively recognizing something close to temporary insanity as a valid defense, while simultaneously being pragmatic about it. A Berserker who killed someone in a rage might not be executed, but he or his family would owe substantial compensation to the victim's family. The community acknowledged that these men were weapons, dangerous ones, valuable ones, that required management rather than simple punishment. The Verler, the seers and wise women who served as intermediaries between human and divine worlds, held significant influence over berserker groups. They would divine before battles, advise on timing and dosage of sacred substances, conduct protective rituals, and provide spiritual guidance. The berserkers themselves, despite or perhaps because of their violent nature, were often deeply and sincerely religious. They understood themselves as servants of Odin, as living weapons in the service of the divine. This gave religious authorities a kind of leverage over them that secular authorities sometimes lacked. The economics of the berserker life were their own particular arrangement. These men could not hold ordinary occupations. You cannot farm reliably when you might enter a violent state and destroy your neighbor's property. You cannot practice a craft when your hands tremble and your mind is occupied with combat memories and the after-effects of whatever substances you have been taking. Berserkers were, in the most practical sense, professional warriors, which meant they required patronage. Chiefs and kings hired them, providing food, housing, and equipment in exchange for combat service and bodyguard work. This was a relationship that benefited both sides. The berserkers received material support and a sense of purpose. The patrons received the most feared warriors available to anyone in the Norse world. But the arrangement had a vulnerability. Berserkers who lost their patron, through the patron's death or through some falling out, became serious problems for everyone nearby. Unemployed berserkers, warriors trained in violence, conditioned to live through combat, unaccustomed to ordinary labor, sometimes turned to raiding or extortion. There are accounts of berserker bands operating essentially as criminal organizations, moving through the countryside and demanding food and silver from communities that had no good options for refusing them. This was not good for anyone, and it is one reason why the eventual decline of the berserker tradition found support even within Norse society itself. But that decline is a story for another time. What matters here is that the harsh Scandinavian environment did not randomly produce these warriors. It produced an entire cultural and religious system that deliberately cultivated extreme fighters as a response to extreme conditions. When your world is frozen and dark for half the year, when violence is a constant background reality, when the difference between survival and starvation can come down to who has the most effective warriors at a critical moment. It makes a certain brutal kind of sense to invest heavily in creating the most terrifying fighters possible. The young boys entering Berserker initiation were not simply learning to fight. They were being systematically transformed, psychologically, spiritually, and arguably even physiologically, into something distinct from other men. The combination of severe physical training, ritual experience, altered states of consciousness, religious conviction, and the shared life of the warrior lodge created fighters who genuinely believed they could take on the power of bears, who felt no ordinary fear in battle, who could absorb wounds that would stop others and keep moving. Whether that transformation was real in some mystical sense or purely psychological in its mechanism, the results were the same. And the results were, by any measure, extraordinary and terrifying. Now, the spiritual dimension of all this deserves more careful attention, because here is what most accounts of berserkers tend to pass over. These were not simply Vikings who consumed unusual substances and became violent. That is about as accurate as saying that a surgeon is someone who cuts people with a knife. The berserker was, at his core, a religious figure, a warrior priest dedicated to Odin, and the combat fury was not simply rage. It was, within the Norse understanding, a sacrament. Odin, for those less familiar with the Norse pantheon, resists easy summary. He was not a straightforward deity. He was not Thor, beloved by farmers and fishermen, dependable and direct, a protector who hit things with his hammer and kept the world safe. Odin was something stranger and darker. He was the god of wisdom and also of war, the god of poetry and also of death, the god of magic, of shamanism, of ecstatic trance states. He was, in other words, precisely the kind of deity who would consecrate warrior priests who fought while not entirely in their own minds. The Norse myths tell us that Odin himself could enter a state called otter, and it is from this word that the god's name derives. Otter was a kind of divine fury or inspiration, a state of being suffused with supernatural power that allowed for feats beyond ordinary capacity. In this state, Odin performed Seidr, the Norse form of shamanic magic involving trance, prophecy, and communion with spirits. He could also, according to the stories, shapeshift, transforming himself into animals or sending his spirit out in animal form while his body remained behind. The Berserkers were, in a precise and serious sense, trying to emulate their god's most distinctive abilities. But Odin's relationship to warfare was particular. He was not the god of battles that go smoothly, or of warriors who are simply stronger than their opponents. He was the god of battles where the outcome was uncertain, the god of desperate last stands, the god of warriors who had made their peace with death and therefore no longer feared it. The mythology reflects this clearly. Odin collected half of all warriors who fell in battle, bringing them to Valhalla to feast and fight until Ragnarök, the end of the world. But he was not doing this as a reward. He was building an army. He knew Ragnarök was coming. And here the source material pauses, mid-thought, as if the page turned and the fire needed another log. That is where we will rest for now. Let the cold of those Norse winters settle around you, somewhere distant and safe. Let the darkness of those polar months feel, from here, like something you can observe rather than endure. Somewhere in the 9th century, a boy is walking alone into a forest. He has a knife, or perhaps he does not. The trees close behind him. The snow takes his footprints almost immediately. He is becoming something. We will find out what in time. You are standing in the dark of a late summer forest in Scandinavia, the air cool against your skin, smelling of pine resin and damp soil. Somewhere nearby, someone is chanting. Not singing, not quite. Something older than singing. The sound is repetitive and low, and it seems to move through you rather than past you. You do not know how long it has been going on. It feels like it could have been hours. Then the narrator settles in beside you, unhurried, and begins. Odin knew what was coming. The old stories say he always did. The great final battle, Ragnarok, was a thing he had prepared for across ages, and so he collected warriors the way others collect debts, carefully, with long patience. Men who died in battle were not lost to him. They were gathered. The idea that death in combat was a kind of recruitment shaped everything about how his most devoted followers understood their own purpose. Berserkers saw themselves as Odin's chosen warriors, not in a distant or ceremonial sense, but in a very literal one. They were not simply worshipping him from afar. They were attempting to embody him, to channel his qualities, to become something closer to living extensions of his will. When a berserker entered the fury of combat, he believed he was experiencing what Odin experienced, that divine state the Norse called ODR, the condition that made superhuman feats possible. This was not metaphor to him. It was not the feeling of being pumped up or spiritually inspired in some vague sense. It was the belief, held without reservation, that a god was literally working through his body in that moment. And that belief shaped everything that came before the fighting. The preparations would begin well before any actual battle, sometimes weeks in advance if a major engagement was anticipated. The berserkers would sequester themselves, withdrawing entirely from normal social life to focus on spiritual preparation alone. Think, if you like, of athletes before a great competition, the isolation, the rituals, the narrowing of attention to a single purpose. Except instead of carb loading and visualization exercises, these men were performing blood sacrifices and deliberately inducing altered states of consciousness. Sacrifice was absolutely central to what they did. The Norse practiced sacrifice widely and regularly as part of their religious observance, but berserkers took it further than most. They would sacrifice animals, usually horses or boars, sometimes in quantities that seemed excessive even by the standards of their own culture. These were not token offerings. We are talking about killing multiple horses, animals that represented significant wealth, and offering them to Odin in the hope of gaining his favor. The blood from these sacrifices was collected in special bowls and used throughout the ceremony. It was sprinkled on the berserkers themselves, used to mark sacred spaces, and sometimes consumed as part of the ritual. The choice of animal was not random. Horses were particularly associated with Odin, who in the myths rode an 8-legged horse named Sleipnir. Boars were associated with Freya, a fertility god, but also with autumn harvest and the idea of abundance before the scarcity of winter, which connected naturally to the feast-or-famine existence of men who lived by war. Some sources mention more controversial sacrifices, including human ones, though how common this actually was remains debated among historians. The sagas do mention it, but the sagas were written down after Christianity had arrived, and Christian authors had their own reasons to portray pagan practices in the darkest possible light. That said, archaeological evidence does suggest that human sacrifice occurred in Norse culture, particularly in connection with major events or crises, so it cannot simply be dismissed. After the sacrifices came the Galdr. Galdr were magical songs or chants believed to carry inherent power. Not power in a metaphorical sense, not the kind of power we might say a piece of music has over us. The Norse believed these sounds, arranged in specific patterns, could affect reality directly. The word Galdr is related to the Old Norse word meaning to crow or to sing magically, which gives you some sense of what the sound might have been like. Harsh, repetitive, intoned rather than melodic. Probably not something anyone would have chosen to listen to for pleasure. But it was understood to induce trance states and invoke spiritual forces, and it seems to have worked at something. Berserkers had specific Galdr associated with combat and transformation. These were closely guarded secrets, passed down within berserker groups, not meant for outside ears. We know they existed because the sagas mention them, but the actual words and sounds have not survived in any complete form. What we do know is that they involved calling on Odin by his many names, and Odin had many. More than 200 different titles and epithets have been recorded. They also invoked concepts like battle fury, strength, fearlessness, and the spirits of bears and wolves. Galdr was performed as a group. The berserkers would chant together, building a wall of sound over the course of hours, the intensity rising gradually. Modern researchers who study altered states of consciousness recognize this as a genuinely effective technique. Extended rhythmic chanting in a group setting can trigger the release of endorphins, can synchronize brainwaves between participants, and can produce powerful psychological effects that are quite real, whatever one thinks about the metaphysics. The Norse did not understand the neurochemistry. They did not need to. They knew it worked. Runes played a significant role in these rituals as well. The Norse runic alphabet, the Futhark, was not merely a writing system. Each rune was understood to carry magical significance, to represent a fundamental force or concept in the world. Before battle, berserkers would have specific runes painted or carved onto their bodies, usually using a mixture of blood from the sacrifices and other sacred substances. This was not decoration. Specific runes were chosen for specific purposes. The rune Tiwaz, shaped like an upward-pointing arrow, was associated with the god Tyr and with victory in combat. Warriors would mark it on their weapons and their skin. The rune Uraz, representing the aurochs, that enormous and long-extinct species of wild cattle, symbolized primal strength and untamed power. Alges, which looks something like a person standing with their arms raised, carried associations of protection and connection to the divine. A berserker before battle might be covered in these symbols, and to him they were not ornamental. They were armor, more important in some ways than anything made of iron. The application of runes was itself a ritual. and it could not be performed by just anyone. It had to be done by someone with spiritual authority, usually a Valva or a senior berserker who had learned the sacred practices across many years. Each rune would be applied with specific motions, specific spoken words, according to tradition passed down through generations. Getting it wrong was not merely ineffective. It was understood to be actively dangerous. The Norse took magical procedure very seriously, in the way that people take seriously the things they genuinely depend on. Some sources describe berserkers carving runes into their own flesh, creating permanent marks they would reopen before battle, so the wounds bled again. This sounds extreme. It was extreme, but it served multiple purposes in their understanding. The pain helped bring about the right psychological state. Blood was considered powerful in magical terms, and the permanent marks were a constant reminder of who they were and what they had given themselves to. There was also, it has to be said, a practical dimension to all of this. Having runes carved into your skin made you absolutely terrifying to look at, and psychological warfare has always been part of how battles are won. The invocation of animal spirits was another crucial element. Berserkers and their close counterparts, the Ulfhidnar, the wolf warriors, believed they could call upon the spirits of bears and wolves to enter them, or merge with them, during combat. This was not metaphor. They literally believed that the spirit of a bear could inhabit a human body, granting the bear's strength and ferocity and resilience. This is the origin of the shape-shifting that appears in so many of the sagas. Now, did berserkers actually transform into bears? Not physically, not in the sense of fur and claws. But the Norse concept of shape-shifting was more nuanced than that. They believed in what we might call spiritual or astral shape-shifting, where the hammer, the inner spiritual form or essence, could take on an animal shape while the physical body remained human. A warrior in this state would move like the animal, fight like the animal, make the sounds of the animal. And from his perspective, he was not performing or pretending. He was genuinely, in that moment, that creature. The ritual to invoke animal possession followed a specific sequence. The berserker would wear the pelt of the animal he was calling upon, bear or wolf, typically the pelt from the animal he had killed during his initiation rite, so it carried both personal and spiritual weight. He would have fasted, often for days, to purify himself and make himself more receptive to spiritual influence. He would have undergone ritual bathing, been marked with runes, participated in the sacrifices and the galder, and then in the final stages before battle would begin a deliberate process of entering a very specific psychological state. This involved something like method acting, but taken to an extreme that would disturb any drama teacher. The berserker would begin moving like a bear, shifting his weight, swaying, producing low grunting and growling sounds. He would visualize himself as a bear, imagine his limbs growing heavier and more powerful, imagine his mind stripping away into something simpler and more purely aggressive. And his fellow berserkers would be doing the same thing beside him, creating a collective energy that reinforced each individual transformation. They would watch one another, mirror one another, build on one another's intensity in a loop that grew tighter and more consuming. The descriptions that survive of berserkers in this pre-battle state are genuinely unsettling, even read at a distance of 1,000 years. The sagas describe them shaking and shivering uncontrollably, whether from cold or excitement or the effects of whatever they had ingested is not entirely clear. Their teeth would chatter. They would foam at the mouth. Their eyes would take on what witnesses described as an inhuman appearance, wide and fixed and staring. They would howl and roar, and they would bite the edges of their shields, a behavior so characteristic it became one of the defining images of the berserker. Why bite the shield? There are a few theories, and they are not mutually exclusive. One is that it was a way of channeling aggression and working oneself into the right mental state, like a boxer psyching himself up before a match, only considerably more intense. Another suggests it was related to magical properties the berserkers believed their shields carried, that biting them was a way of drawing in their protective power. A third possibility is that it was simply traditional, something earlier berserkers had done, and which had become part of the expected form. Or, honestly, when you are in an altered state of consciousness, convinced you are becoming a bear and about to run into a wall of spears and axes, biting your shield probably just feels like exactly the right thing to do. The religious nature of berserker fury meant it came with rules. You could not simply enter the berserker state whenever you felt inclined. It was sacred. It was meant to be invoked only in proper context, with proper preparation, in legitimate battle. A berserker who entered the combat fury outside of those conditions, without the rituals, without the right purpose, was understood to have violated his oath to Odin. And that was serious business in a culture that treated oaths as binding in the most absolute sense. It would be something like a priest using communion wine to get drunk at a party. A desecration of something that was not meant to be profaned. There were obligations that came with the identity, beyond the fighting itself. Berserkers were expected to uphold Odin's values, which extended considerably further than simply being violent. Odin was a god of wisdom as well as war. His warriors were expected to be generous with the spoils of battle, to face death with courage, and to seek out knowledge and understanding. Many berserkers were surprisingly well-versed in the old poems and stories. They could recite genealogies and mythological traditions, understood the significance of runes and symbols, engaged seriously with the religious and philosophical world they inhabited. They were not merely instruments of destruction. They were, in their own way, warrior scholars. The connection to Odin also shaped how berserkers thought about death, and this is perhaps the most important thing to understand about them. Because Odin gathered warriors who died in battle and brought them to Valhalla, dying while fighting was not a failure or a tragedy. It was the fulfillment of everything a berserker's life was aimed at. A berserker who died peacefully in his bed, of old age or illness, was considered to have fallen short in some fundamental way. The entire religious structure of their world meant that a violent death in battle was the best possible outcome. If you survived and won, you gained glory and spoils. If you died fighting, you went to Valhalla and feasted with Odin until the end of the world. From inside that belief system, it was genuinely a situation with no bad outcome, which made them, as opponents, almost impossible to discourage. They took extreme risks not from recklessness or stupidity, but because their theology made risk-taking the rational choice. They continued fighting through wounds that should have stopped them, because stopping carried no spiritual reward. Fear of death simply did not operate in them the way it operates in most people, and that absence of fear was, perhaps more than anything else, what made them so effective. The funerary rites for a berserker who died in battle were elaborate. He would be honored both as a servant of Odin and as a warrior whose deeds deserved recognition. The most prestigious burial form was the ship burial, in which the dead man was placed aboard a ship along with his weapons, personal belongings, and sometimes sacrificed animals or slaves, and then either interred in the earth or set ablaze and sent out onto the water. The ship alone represented enormous wealth, which tells you something about how valued these men were. At the funeral, his deeds would be recited aloud, poems composed in his honor, and offerings made to ease his passage to Valhalla. Other berserkers would swear oaths over his body, promising to avenge him if he had been killed by an enemy, or to carry forward his legacy. These were not ceremonial words. Oath-breaking was one of the worst possible offenses in Norse culture, and oaths sworn over a dead warrior carried the heaviest weight of all. There is also the question of what happened to berserkers who did not die young. Most did not survive long enough for the question to arise. The lifestyle was not one that promoted longevity, but some did make it into what the Norse would have considered old age, perhaps into their 40s or 50s, which was considerable by their standards. These older men often moved into roles of teaching and religious leadership. They would train younger warriors, lead the rituals, advise chiefs and kings on military and spiritual matters. Their fighting days might be largely behind them, but their knowledge and authority remained. Some older berserkers also became Valvas or Vitki, practitioners of satyr magic. This is worth pausing on for a moment, because satyr was generally considered women's magic. Men who practiced it were often viewed with suspicion, sometimes with contempt. But berserkers who had spent decades proving their ferocity in combat apparently occupied a different category. They had already demonstrated beyond any reasonable question that they were tough enough that no one was going to challenge their manhood. So they could engage in magical practices that would have brought other men social ruin. There was also the matter of precedent. Odin himself practiced satyr, so berserkers following their god's example could hardly be criticized for it. The religious authority that older berserkers carried extended into legal and political life as well. They might be called upon to settle disputes, their connection to Odin lending them a kind of divine standing. They interpreted signs and omens, advised on the timing of military campaigns based on religious considerations, and served generally as intermediaries between the human world and the divine. In a culture where religion and politics were not separate things, this was real power. The Valvas who worked alongside berserker groups were remarkable figures in their own right. These were women, usually older women, who served as prophetesses and priestesses. They would enter trance states, often seated on special raised platforms while others chanted to induce the prophetic condition, and would then answer questions about the future or convey communications from the gods and spirits. Berserkers relied on them heavily for guidance about when to fight and when to hold back, what rituals were needed, and how to understand the meaning of events. The relationship between berserkers and Valvas appears to have been one of genuine mutual respect, which is notable in a heavily male-dominated warrior culture. A Valva's authority could not be overridden by even the fiercest fighter, because her authority did not come from physical strength. It came from the divine realm. Her prophecy was not an opinion. It was understood as a message from the gods. Ignoring it was not merely inadvisable. It was spiritually dangerous. Many berserker groups traveled with a dedicated Valva, someone who served as their ritual specialist and spiritual advisor across campaigns. And these women also played a role in managing what we might today recognize as the psychological cost of what berserkers did. Modern military understanding acknowledges that combat can damage men in ways that go beyond physical wounds. The Norse did not have that vocabulary, did not have the concept of post-traumatic stress as such, but they understood that warriors could be broken by what they had seen and done. When a berserker began showing serious signs of this, violent outbursts in peacetime, visions or hallucinations, an inability to sleep or function in ordinary life, the Valva would perform healing rituals, provide herbal remedies, and attempt to restore some kind of equilibrium. It was imperfect, certainly, but it was not nothing. The protective, magical work of Valvas before battle was also substantial. They would perform spells meant to shield the berserkers from harm, or at minimum to ensure they died gloriously if death was their fate. Some of this involved weaving, literally, the act of weaving cloth while chanting Galder, the physical and magical act combined into a single ritual. Some involved carving protective runes onto stones or wooden talismans for the warriors to carry. Berserkers might also wear armbands or neck rings inscribed with runes and dedicated to Odin, objects believed to make them harder to kill. There is also evidence of magical battle standards that berserker groups carried into combat. These would be decorated with images of wolves, bears, and ravens, the birds sacred to Odin. The standards themselves were understood to be magical objects, possibly containing spirits or divine power. Their presence was believed to increase the ferocity and effectiveness of the warriors fighting beneath them. Losing a standard in battle was catastrophic, not merely in practical terms, but in spiritual ones. It was a sign that the gods had withdrawn their favor. Now, whether all of this religious and magical activity actually worked is an interesting question to sit with. From a modern perspective, most of it can be explained through psychology, pharmacology, and social dynamics. The rituals built group cohesion. The substances had real neurochemical effects. The belief in divine protection almost certainly did reduce fear, and reduced fear makes for a more effective fighter in most situations. The collective ritual behavior before battle created a shared mentality that made individual berserkers more willing to accept extreme risk. But for the berserkers themselves, these explanations would have been beside the point. They knew the rituals worked because they could feel the transformation happening. They could perform in battle in ways that seemed, by ordinary measures, impossible. Whether the power came from Odin directly, or from the spirits of animals merging with them, or from some combination of sacred substances and ancient ceremony, did not really matter to them. The results were what mattered. When a berserker in full fury could fight through wounds that should have killed him, could defeat multiple opponents, could scatter enemies by his presence alone, that was proof enough. And there was a kind of contagion to it. When berserkers fought alongside other Norse warriors, or even alongside foreign troops, the spectacle of their preparation and their performance served as something very like a living advertisement for Odin's power. If you witnessed a group of berserkers perform their pre-battle ceremonies, watched them move from ordinary men, if intense ones, into howling, shaking, apparently possessed warriors, and then watched those warriors tear through enemy lines, you would almost certainly come away thinking their god was worth paying attention to. The berserkers were, in this sense, living proof that Odin was real and that his magic produced results. This is one reason why the tradition spread as widely as it did. From Scandinavia to Iceland, to Norse settlements in Britain and Ireland, and even as far as Constantinople, where Norse warriors served in the Byzantine emperor's Varangian guard. It spread not only because the military effectiveness was useful, though it was, but because the religious and magical practices were genuinely compelling to people who encountered them. Young warriors wanted that power. They wanted the connection to the divine, the sense of being more than merely human in the moment of battle. Chiefs and kings wanted warriors who could channel something beyond ordinary courage. Communities wanted the protection and the prestige that came with having berserkers among them. But the religious dimension of berserker culture also contained the seeds of its end. When Norse society began converting to Christianity, berserkers became impossible to accommodate. You cannot have warrior priests of a pagan god in a Christian kingdom. You cannot have men entering states they believe to be divine possession when the new religion holds that all non-Christian spiritual experiences are either delusion or demonic influence. The conflict was structural, not incidental, and it was not resolvable by compromise. When Odin's temples were pulled down and churches built in their place, when the old rituals were outlawed and the old beliefs actively suppressed, the entire foundation on which berserker identity rested simply ceased to exist. We will return to how that played out in time. For now, though, we are still in the height of the Viking Age, when Odin's cult was strong and berserkers were at the peak of their power and their reputation. And there is one more piece of this that has not yet been fully addressed: the pharmacological dimension. The substances that berserkers used to help induce the states they sought, which is, as it happens, where things become quite specifically interesting. Most people who know anything about berserkers beyond the general image of Vikings who fought recklessly will have heard one thing: mushrooms. Specifically, the fly agaric, that famous red mushroom with white spots that looks as though it belongs in a fairy tale or a children's illustration. And yes, berserkers almost certainly used these mushrooms as part of their pre-battle preparations. But the reality of how and why is considerably more layered than the simple idea that they ate magic mushrooms and lost their minds. The fly agaric, known to science as Amanita muscaria, grows throughout the northern hemisphere and was especially common in the forests of Scandinavia. You have almost certainly seen pictures of it even if you did not know its name. That vivid red cap covered in white spots that seems to announce something, either magic or danger, possibly both. That instinct is not entirely wrong. Amanita muscaria is genuinely psychoactive and genuinely toxic, a combination that requires careful handling if one wishes to avoid outcomes like organ failure and death. It is not a mushroom you would want to simply eat raw after finding it in the woods, though this apparently did not prevent the Norse from working out what to do with it. The chemistry is worth understanding because it explains a great deal. The main psychoactive compounds in Amanita muscaria are ibotenic acid and muscimol. Ibotenic acid is the problematic one. It is neurotoxic, capable of causing nausea, confusion, muscle twitching, and at high doses, kidney and liver damage. Not a condition you want to be in before facing armed opponents. Muscimol, on the other hand, is the compound that produces the effects the Berserkers were seeking. It is a GABA receptor agonist, which means in practical terms that it affects the same brain receptors targeted by alcohol and certain anxiety medications, though in ways that are distinctly its own, producing effects that can range from sedation to euphoria to hallucination, depending on the dose. Here is where the preparation becomes genuinely sophisticated. When Amanita muscaria mushrooms are dried, a chemical transformation occurs. The ibotenic acid converts gradually to muscimol through a process called decarboxylation, the same basic mechanism that activates THC in cannabis when it is heated. This conversion happens in the mushrooms simply through drying and the passage of time. So the Norse were not merely storing these mushrooms. Whether they understood the chemistry or not, they were processing them, reducing toxicity while maintaining or enhancing the psychoactive properties they valued. That is fairly refined pharmacological knowledge for a culture that attributed disease to elves shooting invisible arrows at people. The preparation methods described in various sources suggest the Norse understood exactly what they were doing, at least in practical terms. They would collect the mushrooms in late summer or early autumn, when they were most abundant, selecting specimens carefully because even within the same species, potency can vary considerably depending on growing conditions. They would then dry them, sometimes in sunlight but more often near fires or hung in the rafters of buildings, where warmth and smoke would accelerate the process. Over weeks, the mushrooms would shift from bright red to a darker orange or brown as the conversion proceeded. But they did not stop there. The dried mushrooms would often be prepared further, boiled with honey, various herbs, and sometimes fermented beverages. The heat and liquid helped extract the muscimol while potentially breaking down further quantities of remaining ibotenic acid. The honey masked the taste, which apparently needed masking, as Amanita muscaria is described as bitter and acrid. The herbs added something, though exactly what herbs were used remains unknown, because those recipes were closely guarded. Various plants native to Scandinavia have known psychoactive or medicinal properties and would be reasonable candidates, but we do not know the specifics. And then there is the aspect of this that is both the most biochemically interesting and the most immediately off-putting. Various sources, including some of the sagas, describe a practice in which experienced berserkers who had consumed the mushroom preparation would then have younger or less experienced warriors drink their urine. This sounds, from a modern vantage point, simply strange, but it makes genuine biochemical sense. Many compounds are extensively metabolized when ingested. Muscimol is unusual in that a significant proportion of it passes through the kidneys essentially unchanged and appears in the urine. Meanwhile, many of the more toxic compounds and metabolic byproducts are filtered out. What you are left with is, in effect, a naturally processed version of the psychoactive substance, somewhat reduced in certain undesirable components. Whether this is disgusting by contemporary standards is not really in question. Whether it worked is a different matter. It apparently worked well enough that the practice was mentioned in multiple sources across time. You are standing at the entrance of the Great Hall. The fire inside is low, throwing orange light across the timber walls. Somewhere behind you, the night is very cold. Someone in there is not sleeping, and you get the sense they haven't slept in days. Then the narrator steps forward, and you step back, and the story begins. The practice of drinking urine to extend the effects of Amanita muscaria appears in multiple sources, and the evidence suggests it was a genuine technique rather than rumor. The Norse were not unique in discovering it. Several cultures that used this mushroom independently arrived at the same method, which tells you something about the pragmatism of the people involved. When something works, practical people use it, regardless of what they think about the mechanism. One imagines the social dynamics of who had to drink, whose urine followed the standard logic of military hierarchy. The worst jobs went to whoever was lowest on the totem pole. That hasn't changed much. The question of dosage was the central technical challenge of the whole enterprise. Too little, and the warrior felt slightly odd, perhaps mildly nauseous, without achieving anything useful. Too much, and the consequences moved quickly from unpleasant to dangerous. Severe poisoning, convulsions, loss of consciousness. In the worst cases, death. The experienced berserkers and the volvers who prepared these substances had to develop their knowledge through years of trial and error. Probably more than a few casualties informed that knowledge. Body weight mattered. Individual tolerance varied. The potency of different mushroom batches was not consistent, which meant there was no reliable formula. They were working with biological materials using medieval measuring techniques, which is to say they were eyeballing it and hoping for the best. Think about what that means for a moment. These were not laboratories. There were no scales calibrated to the grain. Every preparation was an educated guess made by people who had learned from watching what happened when the guess was wrong. At the right dose, properly prepared, Amanita muscaria reportedly produced several effects that would be useful to a warrior about to enter combat. Reduced fear and anxiety. An increased pain threshold, which is considerably more useful when someone is trying to stab you than it sounds in a quiet room. A feeling of increased physical strength and energy, some of it real through adrenaline effects, some of it a distortion of perception, but effective either way. An altered sense of self, a dissociation from the body, the strange experience of observing yourself from a slight distance, which may make it easier to take risks that the ordinary mind would refuse, and a reduction in impulse control with a corresponding increase in aggressive behavior, which, for someone whose entire job was to charge screaming at armed enemies, was rather the point. But the mushrooms were never the whole story. They were one component in a system that included everything else as well. The ritual fasting, the exhaustion deliberately induced beforehand, the chanting, the religious preparation, the psychology of the group, the shared fervor of men who believed they were about to become vessels of Odin. The Norse were not simply eating mushrooms and expecting the transformation to happen on its own. They were using the mushrooms as part of a larger process, one that combined pharmacological, psychological, social, and spiritual elements into something more than any single piece of it. To understand what was actually happening inside a berserker's body and brain, we have to talk about what the Norse called berserker gang. That state of combat fury that made these warriors so effective, and so disturbing to everyone who encountered them. Modern neuroscience offers tools for understanding it that the Vikings could never have used, though it's worth pausing on a quiet irony. The Norse had a more sophisticated practical understanding of how to induce and manage this state than any modern researcher, because they were actually doing it. Theoretical knowledge and lived knowledge are not the same thing. When a berserker began entering the fury, the first changes were neurological and hormonal. The combination of ritual preparation, psychological conditioning, group dynamics, and pharmacological effect triggered a massive release of stress hormones. Adrenaline, noradrenaline, cortisol, flooding the system at levels you normally only see in people facing immediate life-threatening danger, which, of course, berserkers were about to face. The body's emergency response system yanked into overdrive and then held there. Adrenaline does very specific things when the body is preparing to fight for its life. Heart rate increases dramatically, sometimes past 150 beats per minute. Blood pressure spikes. Blood flow is redirected away from non-essential systems like digestion and toward the muscles and vital organs. Glucose floods the bloodstream to provide immediate energy. The pupils dilate. The airways expand to bring in more oxygen. Pain perception is dampened, because stopping to worry about a minor injury when survival is at stake is a luxury the body cannot afford. The body is shifting into emergency mode. Everything else can wait. But the adrenaline surge experienced by berserkers was not the ordinary fight-or-flight response. It was amplified and extended far beyond what most people experience even in genuine combat. The ritual preparation had primed it. The substances had enhanced it. Years of psychological conditioning had trained their bodies to push the response further than it naturally wanted to go. And the presence of other warriors going through the same process at the same time reinforced all of it. What resulted was an adrenaline state so intense that it produced observable physical changes that witnesses found deeply unsettling. The descriptions we have, consistent across multiple sources, paint a picture of someone whose autonomic nervous system has entered a mode that looks like a medical emergency. Their faces would flush red, or sometimes go pale, depending on how blood flow was being distributed in that moment. Their muscles would shake and twitch, not from cold or fear, but from the sheer volume of neural activity and the conflict between extreme physiological arousal and whatever voluntary control they were still trying to maintain. Their eyes would appear wild and unfocused, the pupils dilated so wide that the iris was barely visible. Foam would appear at their mouths, a combination of excessive salivation and the rapid panting that comes with extreme physiological arousal. You are standing very near a man in this state. The sounds he is making are not quite human. The foam is real, the shaking is real, and he has not yet seen the enemy. The neurological picture is equally dramatic. Brain imaging studies of people in extreme arousal states, modern combat veterans and others who have experienced analogous conditions, show that during these episodes the prefrontal cortex essentially goes offline. That is the part of the brain responsible for complex decision-making, impulse control, and rational thought. Meanwhile, the amygdala, the ancient region involved in processing fear and threat, and the brainstem regions controlling basic survival functions, become hyperactive. This neurological shift explains several things that otherwise seem difficult to account for. The loss of fear was not courage in the ordinary sense, the experience of being afraid but choosing to act anyway. The normal fear response was literally not functioning properly. The aggressive, animalistic behavior was not a choice to act like a beast. It was a brain operating in a mode where higher reasoning was simply unavailable, and instinctive aggression filled the space. The reports of berserkers failing to distinguish friends from enemies make complete sense when you understand that the parts of the brain which would normally handle that kind of complex recognition were not fully operational. The combination of these neurological changes with the pharmacological effects of the mushrooms created a state of genuinely altered consciousness. Time perception could shift, with some accounts describing how everything seemed to move in slow motion, a phenomenon reported in modern combat situations and extreme sports. Pain perception was massively reduced, not just from adrenaline, but from the way Amanita muscaria affects pain processing specifically. The sense of physical limitation was distorted in ways that allowed access to more of the body's total muscle capacity than normal. Humans typically use only a fraction of their true strength because the body maintains safety limits to prevent injury to itself. In Berserker Gang, some of those limits were simply not there. There are accounts of berserkers performing feats during battle that should not have been possible, lifting and moving objects that would normally require several men, fighting effectively through injuries that should have been incapacitating, continuing combat with broken bones, deep wounds, even impaled on spears. Some of this is surely exaggeration. The sagas were not written by dispassionate journalists, and heroic narratives have a natural tendency to grow in the telling. But some of it can be understood now in physiological terms. A berserker in full fury was not operating under normal human limitations. He could damage his own body through overexertion in ways that the ordinary person's built-in safety mechanisms would prevent. He could ignore pain signals that would stop anyone else. He could push through injuries because his brain was not processing the damage correctly. The animal sounds, the howling, the roaring, the snarling, were not simply theater or psychological warfare, though they certainly served those purposes. They were manifestations of the neurological state itself. When the prefrontal cortex is offline and the brainstem is running the show, you sound less like a person and more like an animal because you are operating on the same neural circuits that other mammals use when they are fighting for survival. The sounds were involuntary, or at least semi-voluntary, emerging from a brain state that was not, in the psychological sense, fully human. The biting of shields becomes less strange in this light. In extreme arousal, particularly with the kind of jaw tension that accompanies massive adrenaline activation, biting something is a natural behavioral response. You see it in animals under stress. You see it in humans having seizures or extreme psychological episodes. The shields were simply what was available. It probably also served as a way to channel the overwhelming physical energy before the fighting began, a kind of pressure valve to prevent berserkers from turning on their own allies before the enemy was even within reach. And now we need to talk about what came after, because nothing this extreme arrives without a cost. Berserker Gang was not sustainable. The body cannot maintain that level of physiological arousal for extended periods without consequences. Most descriptions suggest berserkers could hold the full fury for anywhere from a few minutes to perhaps an hour at most, depending on the intensity of the state and the physical demands of the combat. After that, things began to break down. The crash was severe, sometimes life-threatening. Imagine running an engine not just at the red line, but past it, forcing performance that exceeds the design specifications. Eventually, something gives way. The accounts describe berserkers after battle collapsing into a state that resembled serious illness. Extreme exhaustion, of course, but more than that. Fever, sometimes high enough to be dangerous. Violent trembling and shaking. In severe cases, something approaching convulsions. Periods of unconsciousness or semi-consciousness that could last hours or even days. Modern medicine would probably identify what was happening as a combination of several conditions. Rhabdomyolysis, the breakdown of muscle tissue from extreme exertion, which releases proteins into the bloodstream capable of damaging the kidneys. Severe dehydration and electrolyte imbalance from the exertion and changes in kidney function. Hypothermia, from extreme muscle activity and the body's loss of its ability to regulate temperature properly in that state. Neurological effects from both the extreme stress response and whatever substances had been consumed. Possibly symptoms of toxicity if the mushroom preparation had not been quite right. And beneath all of it, the body simply shutting down to force the recovery it needed. The recovery process was slow and required careful management. Berserkers would be taken to their lodges and tended by others who understood what they were going through. They needed fluids, though getting a semi-conscious man to drink presented its own difficulties. They needed cooling if feverish, warmth if shaking with chills. They needed monitoring, because dying in the recovery period was apparently a genuine risk in severe cases. Some berserkers never fully recovered from particularly intense episodes. Lasting damage could manifest as cognitive problems, personality changes, physical disabilities. This is part of why berserkers were used sparingly and strategically, despite their obvious effectiveness. Every deployment meant days of preparation beforehand and days of recovery afterward. You could not use them repeatedly in quick succession. The warriors needed time to physically recover. They also needed time to psychologically integrate what had happened, because even within a framework of divine possession and service to Odin, the experience of entering that state and doing things in combat that the ordinary self would find horrifying took a toll. The physical damage accumulated with each episode. Each time, a little more wear on the body. And there are deeper questions about the long-term effects that the sources do not fully answer, though we can make careful guesses. Repeated exposure to extreme physiological stress probably did considerable damage to cardiovascular health over time. The mushrooms, even properly prepared, carried some toxicity that accumulated with repeated use. Combat injuries, even healed ones, left lasting marks. And the psychological effects of repeatedly entering altered states of consciousness and committing violence in them would, in modern terms, be recognized as something very close to what we now call post-traumatic stress disorder. The Norse would have understood this in spiritual terms as being haunted or marked by the gods. Many berserkers probably did not reach old age. Between the hazards of combat itself, the physical toll of berserker gang, the heavy drinking common in warrior culture, and the social difficulties that arose from their violent temperaments, a berserker who survived into his 40s was doing well. Those who did survive that long often showed signs of accumulated damage, tremors, cognitive difficulties, personality changes that made them even more unpredictable and harder to manage. Some eventually became unable to enter the berserker gang at all. Their bodies simply stopped responding to the triggers, which effectively ended their careers. There is also evidence suggesting that not everyone could become a berserker, even with the training and the rituals in place. Some people's bodies and brains simply did not respond correctly to the process. They might become sick from the mushrooms without achieving the desired effects. They might be unable to enter the required psychological state. They might enter it but remain too self-aware and controlled for it to be effective, or conversely, lose all control and become a danger rather than an asset. The selection process for berserkers was partly about identifying people who had the right physiological and psychological makeup to undergo the transformation successfully. This brings up a question that modern researchers have found worth sitting with. Were berserkers experiencing a state that some people are naturally predisposed toward? There are conditions recognized in modern psychology that involve episodes of extreme aggression, altered consciousness, and reduced pain sensation. Intermittent explosive disorder, certain types of temporal lobe epilepsy, various dissociative states. All of these can produce behaviors that superficially resemble descriptions of berserker gang. Some researchers have suggested that the Norse may have been identifying and deliberately channeling people who had these predispositions, turning what might otherwise have been treated as medical or psychological problems into military assets. From a practical standpoint, the logic is not difficult to follow. If a percentage of your population has a tendency toward episodes of uncontrolled rage, and you are a warrior culture, you have essentially two options. You can treat those people as problems to be suppressed or removed, or you can build a system that harnesses the trait and makes it useful. The berserker tradition may have been exactly that process, developed over generations, identifying people with certain neurological or psychological characteristics, and giving them a socially acceptable outlet that also happened to serve a military function. The genetic dimension is interesting as well. There are references in the sources to berserker gang running in families, with sons of berserkers being more likely to become berserkers themselves. This could be purely cultural, sons learning the practices from their fathers. But it could also suggest a hereditary component, certain families carrying genetic predispositions that made the berserker transformation easier or more reliable. We do not have the DNA of Viking-age berserkers to examine, so the question remains open. But it is one of those threads that, once you notice it, is difficult to put down. There is also the possibility of what neurologists call kindling effects. Kindling refers to the way repeated episodes of certain neurological events can make future episodes easier to trigger and more severe. It is well documented in epilepsy, where repeated seizures gradually increase the brain's susceptibility to further seizures. Something similar may have occurred in berserkers. Repeatedly entering the combat fury state may have changed their neural pathways in ways that made the state easier to access over time, while also making it progressively harder to control. This would explain the accounts of older berserkers who could enter the fury with minimal preparation, but also had increasing difficulty containing it outside of combat contexts. The question of control sits at the heart of understanding the berserker phenomenon. The most effective berserkers apparently had some capacity to modulate the state, to engage it when needed and reduce it afterward to something manageable. This control was probably never perfect, but the difference between a berserker who could somewhat regulate himself and one who could not was the difference between a valuable military asset and a dangerous liability, as much a threat to his own side as to the enemy. Training in control techniques was part of the advanced berserker education. Breathing exercises that could help bring down the physiological arousal. Meditation techniques designed to maintain some thread of awareness, even in altered states. Mental methods for associating certain signals or commands with modulating the fury upward or downward. And the use of trusted companions who could physically restrain or redirect a berserker if he began losing control at the wrong moment. None of this was perfect. But the berserkers who mastered these techniques to some degree were the ones who became legendary. There is also what might be called a milder expression of the phenomenon, instances where warriors could access elements of the state without entering it fully. A temporary surge of aggression and pain tolerance at a crucial moment in battle, then pulling back. This was probably far more common than full berserker gang, and far more sustainable. It let warriors access some of the benefits, heightened performance, reduced fear, without paying the full cost of complete transformation. Many warriors who were not technically berserkers may have used variations of these techniques to enhance their effectiveness in combat. The strategic implications of all this biochemistry and physiology are considerable. Understanding what was actually happening in a berserker's body and brain makes both their strengths and their limitations clear. The strengths were obvious. Warriors who felt no fear, who ignored pain, who fought with an intensity that was genuinely superhuman in short bursts, who terrified their opponents before a single blow was struck. The limitations were equally important. They could not sustain the state. They required extensive preparation. They needed days of recovery. They were unpredictable and occasionally dangerous to their own forces, and repeated use damaged them progressively. This meant berserkers were used tactically, deployed at crucial moments rather than continuously throughout a battle. They were shock troops in the most literal sense, intended to break enemy formations or enemy morale at decisive points. Their presence alone could affect enemy psychology before any fighting started. Even experienced warriors who would not flinch at ordinary combat might hesitate, or simply break, when facing berserkers in full fury. The psychological warfare aspect of the berserker reputation was at least as important as their actual combat effectiveness, possibly more so. All of it together, the mushrooms, the rituals, the physiology, the psychology, was in service of a single purpose: creating warriors who could transcend normal human limitations in combat. The Norse had developed through centuries of trial and error a system for altering human biology and psychology to produce warriors who were genuinely beyond ordinary capacity in certain contexts, if only temporarily, and at considerable cost. It was sophisticated. It was effective. And it was absolutely terrifying to everyone who encountered it. The Berserkers were not simply warriors. They were the product of what might be described as applied neuroscience and psychology, developed through experience rather than theory, framed in the language of religion and mythology rather than the language of science, but operating on the same underlying realities of the human body and brain. And that brings us to a different kind of question. Not how berserkers were made, or what happened inside them during battle, but what it was actually like to live among them. Because here is something the heroic sagas tend not to dwell on. Berserkers were not simply respected warriors who inspired awe and deference. They were also deeply difficult members of any community, and the people who lived alongside them knew it. Think of them as the ultimate double-edged sword, invaluable in specific circumstances, genuinely dangerous the rest of the time. In the social hierarchy of Viking Age Scandinavia, berserkers occupied a position that didn't map neatly onto the usual categories. Norse society was stratified in broadly familiar ways. At the top were the jarls, the nobility and major landowners. Below them were the carls, the free farmers and craftsmen who made up the bulk of the population. Below them were the thralls, who were slaves. Warriors could come from any of the free classes, with wealthier ones able to afford better equipment and armor. But berserkers existed somewhat outside this system, in a category that was simultaneously elite and marginal. On one side of the ledger, berserkers were unambiguously high status in terms of military reputation. Being recognized as a berserker meant being acknowledged as an elite warrior, someone who had undergone intense training and religious initiation, someone capable of things in combat that ordinary warriors simply were not. Kings and powerful jarls actively sought them out to serve as personal guards and military champions. Having berserkers in your retinue was a significant status symbol, rather like owning a stable of exceptional horses, except these particular assets could kill people, and occasionally did so at inconvenient moments. The numbers carried meaning beyond the practical. Sources frequently mention kings keeping berserkers in groups of 12 or 24. 12 related to the 12 principal gods of the Norse pantheon. 24 was double 12, and therefore doubly significant. These were not numbers chosen for military efficiency. They were sacred numbers, reinforcing the religious associations of berserkers as servants of Odin. A king who could maintain a full complement was demonstrating not only military power, but divine favor, suggesting that the gods themselves endorsed his rule. The compensation berserkers received reflected their value. They received shares of plunder from raids and battles significantly larger than what regular warriors received. They were given fine weapons and equipment, though as already noted they often fought without armor, which was part of the whole theology of their practice. They received land grants, though effectively managing land was complicated for reasons we will come to shortly. They were given places of honor at feasts, seated near the king or jarl, served the best portions of meat and the strongest mead. In material terms, a successful berserker could become quite wealthy, at least in theory. But all of that prestige and material reward came with a significant complication. Berserkers were fundamentally difficult and dangerous people to have around during peacetime. The same qualities that made them effective in battle, the aggression, the inability to back down from confrontation, the hair-trigger temper, the tendency toward violence, made them very poor neighbors and extremely challenging members of any community. You cannot have someone trained to enter states of uncontrolled rage, living in close proximity to your family and your livestock, without a certain amount of anxiety about the arrangement. This is why many berserkers lived in separate quarters, often at the edges of settlements. not luxurious accommodation despite the high status. Effectively barracks or warrior halls where groups of berserkers lived together, apart from the ordinary community structures. This served several practical purposes. It kept potentially dangerous warriors away from vulnerable people. It allowed berserkers to maintain their own practices without disturbing the regular population. It made it easier to manage them as a group. And it likely made the berserkers themselves more comfortable, being among others who had shared their experiences and understood what they were living with. The social isolation was real, and it had psychological weight. Berserkers existed in a liminal space, honored and feared in roughly equal measure. People would show them outward respect. Nobody was foolish enough to insult a berserker to his face. But underneath the deference there was persistent fear and suspicion. Parents did not want their daughters marrying berserkers, despite the potential material advantages, because a son-in-law capable of entering a state of uncontrolled rage is a source of anxiety rather than comfort. Farmers did not want them as neighbors, because a berserker having a difficult day might decide that your prize bull had offended him in some way. The social contract required a certain predictability that berserkers, almost by definition, could not always provide. The legal status of berserkers reflected this complicated position. Norse law was sophisticated for its time, with detailed codes covering property rights, personal injury, and a great deal else. The Icelandic legal system in particular was notably complex, with different categories of offense and corresponding penalties. But berserkers presented a genuine challenge to this framework, because many of their offenses occurred while they were in altered states of consciousness, which raised real questions about culpability and responsibility. The sources indicate that berserkers had a kind of modified legal standing. If a berserker committed a crime while in berserker gang, while in that state of combat fury, it was judged differently than if an ordinary person had committed the same act. The underlying logic was that in those moments the berserker was possessed by Odin, not fully in control of his actions, functioning as a weapon rather than as a fully autonomous moral agent. From a legal philosophy perspective, this is worth pausing on. The Norse were effectively recognizing a form of diminished capacity based on altered mental states, a problem that modern legal systems still find genuinely difficult. But this did not mean berserkers were exempt from consequence. The system was more nuanced than that. If a berserker killed someone while in berserker gang, his patron, the king or jarl who employed him, was still expected to pay weregild, the compensation owed to the victim's family. The amount might be adjusted depending on circumstances, and the berserker himself might not face exile or execution as an ordinary killer would. But the debt still had to be settled. This made employing berserkers expensive beyond their regular compensation. A patron had to be prepared to pay damages for whatever collateral harm they caused. There were also laws that attempted to manage berserker behavior before incidents occurred. Some legal codes specified that berserkers could not enter private property without permission. There is a particular quality to Viking society that comes into focus when you study the legal codes rather than the sagas. Not the glory and the battle poetry, but the regulations, the rules about alcohol, the restrictions on where certain men could carry weapons, the careful, almost bureaucratic attempt to manage people who had been deliberately made unmanageable. That tells you something about what daily life actually looked like. The laws governing berserkers were not theoretical exercises. They were responses to real, recurring problems. Some regulations prohibited berserkers from entering certain settlements while armed. Others required that they be kept under supervision during specific times or in specific contexts. There were rules about how much alcohol berserkers could be served at public gatherings, because whoever wrote those rules understood what happened when you combined large quantities of mead with men trained to treat violence as a reflex. These laws were not always effective. Enforcing rules on people trained to be violent and uncontrollable was, by its nature, a task without a clean solution. But the attempt itself reveals how seriously the problem was taken. The relationship between a berserker and his patron, the king or jarl who employed him, was not simply a matter of hire and service. It was the structural center of the whole arrangement, and it required constant maintenance. A good patron did not hire berserkers and set them loose. He managed them, and this was essentially a full-time responsibility layered on top of everything else a ruler had to do. This meant providing appropriate quarters and resources. It meant organizing raids or military campaigns, giving berserkers legitimate outlets for their aggression, so that outlet did not find somewhere less useful. It meant stepping in between berserkers and the rest of the community when friction became conflict. It meant paying compensation when things went wrong, and things went wrong. It meant, sometimes, restraining or punishing berserkers who had overstepped even the generous boundaries that had been drawn for them. The patron provided material support, protection from legal consequences, and social status. The berserker provided military service, personal protection, and the particular prestige that came with having elite warriors in your household. It was a relationship built on mutual obligation, in the way that many Norse relationships were. But it was also built on the understanding that the berserker was dangerous, that managing him required constant attention, and that the whole arrangement could collapse if handled carelessly. There are many saga accounts of berserkers who became problems for their patrons. Sometimes a berserker's violent episodes simply grew too frequent or too severe, making him more liability than asset. Sometimes a berserker developed what we might recognize as delusions of status, deciding he deserved more respect or resources than he was receiving, and beginning to cause trouble as a way of pressing that claim. And sometimes a berserker developed psychological problems that went beyond what was considered normal even by berserker standards. What we might now recognize as severe post-traumatic stress disorder, or other conditions that made it impossible for him to function even within the limited space carved out for him. When a berserker became a problem that could not be managed, the options were few and none of them were easy. You could not simply dismiss him. An unemployed berserker with no patron and no legitimate outlet for his aggression was a danger to everyone around him. You could not easily imprison him, because berserkers were formidable opponents even unarmed. Executing a berserker was possible, but carried its own risks, since other berserkers might interpret it as an insult to their brotherhood. And there was also the question of whether killing a warrior sacred to Odin was something you wanted on your record. The solution that emerged, again and again, was exile. Berserkers who had become unmanageable were usually given a choice: accept outlawry, being declared outside the protection of the law and effectively banished from society, or face whatever punishment their crimes warranted, which was generally death. Most chose exile. And this is how berserkers ended up scattered across the Norse world: in Iceland, in the British Isles, in Normandy, and as far away as Constantinople. Some found new patrons and continued their careers as warriors. Others became mercenaries or something closer to bandits. A few found ways to settle into more peaceful lives, though given everything they had been through, this was not straightforward. Iceland in particular seemed to collect them. The island had been settled largely by people leaving Norway to escape political consolidation and its consequences, and among those settlers were berserkers seeking fresh starts, or berserkers who had been sent away because they were causing too many problems back home. The Icelandic sagas are full of their stories, and many of those stories end the same way. The berserker is killed by a clever farmer, or a group of settlers who had simply decided they would not tolerate a violent, unstable warrior living among them. Even in frontier societies trying to establish themselves from nothing, there were limits to how much dangerous behavior would be absorbed, even from men with genuine status as elite warriors. You are standing at the edge of a settlement in the Icelandic interior. It is cold in the way that early settlements are cold, not just in the air, but in the silence, the sense that the world goes on a long way past the last fence. Somewhere nearby, in a longhouse that is slightly apart from the others, a man is awake in the dark. He has been awake most nights for years. The sounds he hears are not the sounds everyone else hears. The narrator comes back now, quietly. The Berserker lodges, those communal spaces where groups of berserkers lived together, developed their own internal cultures. These were not formal military units with ranks and command structures. They were closer to warrior fraternities, or perhaps cults, groups of men bound together by shared experience, shared religious belief, and a mutual understanding of what they had been through that no one outside their number could fully access. Seniority in a berserker lodge was informal. It came from longevity and achievement, not from official appointment. The men who had survived longest, who had done the most, held authority because they had earned it in the only currency that mattered. Life inside one of these lodges was probably intense in ways that are genuinely difficult to imagine from the outside. You had groups of traumatized, violent men living together in close quarters, all managing the effects of repeated altered state experiences, all carrying the accumulated weight of combat, all dealing with what was likely some form of dependence on the substances used to induce the berserker state. And all of them had been trained, from early in their lives, to suppress the normal human responses to violence and danger. That is not a healthy environment by any standard of psychology we have now or would have recognized even then. But it was what they had. It was all they had. The lodges developed traditions for managing internal conflict, because when everyone in a disagreement is a trained killer with a short tolerance for frustration, you need clear procedures for resolving disputes before they become extinctions. These procedures often involved formal combat or ordeal systems, controlled outlets for aggression that allowed conflict to be settled without the berserker band destroying itself from the inside. Holmgang, the Norse practice of formalized dueling, was almost certainly used frequently within these groups. This was combat with real weapons, but governed by specific rules and overseen by a referee, allowing serious disagreements to be resolved through violence that was at least partially contained and regulated. There is something quietly striking about that. Men who had been made into instruments of uncontrolled fury, needing, among themselves, rules. Feasts and celebrations provided structured opportunities for berserkers to participate in community life, under conditions where their behavior could be monitored, and their aggression channeled into boasting contests and competitive drinking rather than actual bloodshed. Though competitive drinking with berserkers almost certainly got out of hand with some regularity. No system is perfect. Religious festivals were important for maintaining the connection between berserkers and the broader community. Berserkers would participate in sacrifices and rituals, often taking prominent roles as Odin's warriors. This reinforced their sacred status and reminded everyone present that these dangerous men were also serving a divine purpose. It gave the berserkers a sense of belonging and meaning beyond their function as weapons. And it gave religious authorities, the Valvas and other figures of spiritual standing, a form of influence over berserker behavior that physical force alone could not have achieved. The economic relationships were also load-bearing parts of the structure. Berserkers needed food, clothing, equipment, and supplies. Communities needed the protection berserkers provided and wanted the wealth that came back from raids. This created genuine interdependence. Smiths who forged weapons for berserkers, farmers who supplied food, brewers who produced the mead they consumed in quantity, all of these people had practical stakes in keeping the arrangement functioning. The berserker system was not only a military and religious institution, it was woven into the economy of daily life. The question of berserker families and personal relationships is murky in the sources, but it lingers. Some berserkers did marry and have children, though this appears to have been less common than among regular warriors. The challenges are obvious enough, even from a distance of 1,000 years. Marrying a berserker meant accepting that your husband might return from battle in a state of near collapse, might have unpredictable violent episodes, might be called away for months at a time, and might not return at all. The trade-off was material security and social prestige. Whether that trade felt worthwhile probably depended on the day, and perhaps on whether your husband had recently killed your favorite goat during a rage episode, or was somewhere distant, dying in a land whose name you would never learn. Children of berserkers carried their own weight. They inherited something of their father's status, and many sons of berserkers became berserkers themselves, learning the techniques from childhood, being shaped for the role before they were old enough to choose otherwise. But they also lived with the stigma and fear that followed the berserker name everywhere it went. And they grew up with a father who was simultaneously honored and feared, present and distant, a protector and a potential danger. That is not nothing, to grow up in that particular shadow. The religious and ritual life of berserkers consumed time and energy in ways that further separated them from ordinary existence. The preparations, the recovery periods, the training, the observances, all of it followed a rhythm dictated by warfare, religious festivals, and the needs of patrons rather than the rhythm of seasons and harvests that shaped almost everyone else's life. Berserkers often followed specific dietary restrictions connected to their religious practices, avoiding certain foods or eating only at certain times. Their alcohol consumption was both heavier and more ritualized than was typical. Their sleep was disrupted by training and combat cycles. They spent time in meditation and ritual that had no equivalent in regular life. In many ways, they lived almost monastic existences, despite, or perhaps because of, the violence that defined them. Their lives were structured, rigorously and completely, around their role as sacred warriors. Normal domestic life was not simply inconvenient, it was nearly impossible. The bonds between berserkers deserve their own moment of attention. These were not ordinary friendships or professional loyalties. They were something forged under conditions that most people never experience and cannot fully imagine. Shared brutal training, shared religious initiation, shared altered states, shared combat, and the particular intimacy of surviving it together repeatedly when others did not. These men understood each other in ways that no one outside the brotherhood could access. This created fierce loyalty. It also created problems. When one berserker was killed or dishonored, his brothers felt bound to seek revenge. This obligation was not social pressure. It was, to them, as binding as a sworn oath, because it was a sworn oath. And oaths of brotherhood or revenge were considered absolutely binding in Norse society. Individual berserker actions could therefore have cascading consequences, drawing other berserkers into conflicts that had nothing originally to do with them, and pulling entire communities into blood feuds that could extend across generations. There is also the question of aging. We have touched on it before, but it deserves fuller attention because it was, for most berserkers, the story of how things ended. The accumulated physical damage from repeated berserker episodes, the combat injuries, the substance use, all of this accelerated decline in ways that would have been visible and measurable by the time a berserker reached his late 30s. Tremors, cognitive difficulties, chronic pain from injuries that had never fully healed. By their 40s, those who had survived that long often found that their bodies would no longer respond to the triggers that had once reliably induced the berserker state. Whatever had been possible before simply was not possible anymore. Retiring berserkers faced difficult transitions. Some became trainers and advisors, passing knowledge to younger warriors. Some moved into more focused religious roles, becoming keepers of the ritual and spiritual dimensions of the tradition. Some attempted to settle into civilian life, with varying success. And some simply fell apart, becoming problems for their communities, unable to function in normal society, but no longer capable of functioning as warriors either. There was real respect for berserkers who had served well, and genuine attempts to support them in decline. Patrons felt obligations. Communities recognized debts, but resources were limited, and a berserker who could no longer fight was expensive to maintain without providing ongoing value. The sentiment was present. The economics were unforgiving. This reality created pressure on older berserkers to keep fighting, to take on increasingly dangerous missions, because they needed to remain valuable. Many effectively chose death in battle over slow deterioration into poverty. From their perspective, this was the right ending. To die in combat and reach Valhalla, rather than waste away and die quietly in a bed, was the end the tradition held up as honorable. But the social and economic system that pushed them toward that choice was built as much on financial necessity as on religious belief. There is a gap between the public face of berserkers and the texture of their actual lives that is worth sitting with for a moment. The sagas and poems emphasize the glory, the power, the sacred fire. The legal codes and community regulations reveal something else entirely. The constant management, the compensation payments, the restrictions on where these men could stand and how much they could drink, the quiet, persistent effort to contain what had been deliberately created. They were simultaneously the most honored and the most difficult members of Viking society, necessary and dangerous, prestigious and feared. What popular history tends to offer is the image, the wild warrior in bare fur, the unstoppable berserker fury. What the historical record actually contains is more complicated and more human than that. Now the other dimension of the berserker system comes into view, and it is, in its own way, just as striking as the religious and social dimensions. The Norse were not simply throwing furious warriors at enemies and hoping for good results. They were conducting deliberate, sophisticated psychological warfare operations. Berserkers were not primarily weapons of physical destruction, though they were certainly capable of physical destruction. They were weapons of terror, and the Norse understood, with a precision that would not look out of place in a modern military analysis, how to deploy terror effectively. The campaign began long before any fighting occurred. Vikings understood something that any student of influence recognizes. Reputation matters, perception shapes reality, and a battle won in the enemy's mind before the first weapon is raised is already half finished. The cultivation of the berserker reputation was therefore a deliberate, ongoing project, involving everyone from the berserkers themselves to the skalds who composed and performed the poems that carried their names across the Norse world. Those poems and sagas emphasized particular qualities: the ability to shift form into bears or wolves, immunity to normal weapons with swords supposedly bouncing away from their skin or passing through without harm, strength sufficient to lift boulders or break iron chains, and absolute fearlessness in the face of any odds. We understand now that much of this was exaggeration, or the misinterpretation of neurochemical states that made berserkers appear to behave as though they were invulnerable. But the distinction between perception and reality meant nothing to an enemy watching them approach. If you believed berserkers could not be killed by normal means, you would fight them as though they could not be killed by normal means. Which is to say, you would very likely run. The Vikings actively spread these stories. Raiders returning from expeditions would tell deliberately exaggerated accounts of what their berserkers had done. Merchants and travelers spread rumors as they moved between settlements. Captives were sometimes released specifically so they could go back and describe what they had witnessed. This was information warfare, the deliberate management of a narrative, and it worked. By the time a Viking force arrived somewhere new, the berserkers attached to it had often already achieved legendary status before anyone in that place had actually seen them. The preliminary phases of Viking military operations frequently included deliberate displays visible to defenders. When a Viking fleet approached a target, berserkers might be positioned where they could be seen from the shore, performing their pre-battle rituals in full view. The howling, the shield biting, the visible frenzy of preparation. This was theater as much as it was genuine practice. The message it sent was precise. We have berserkers, they are being brought to readiness right now, and what happens next is a choice you still have the opportunity to make. Defenders watching from walls or shore had time to contemplate what was approaching. That time was not a kindness. The visual presentation was calculated. Berserkers did not look like other warriors, and this was not accidental. The bear and wolf pelts were religious symbols and functional gear, but they were also costumes designed to present the wearer as something not entirely human. When your brain is processing a figure in animal skin, moving oddly, making sounds that do not quite fit into the category of man, it struggles for a moment. That moment of cognitive dissonance, that brief gap where what you are seeing does not fit any existing category, produces fear. And in combat, that hesitation is not neutral. Hesitation costs you something. The semi-nudity that berserkers often favored in battle carried its own psychological weight. Every warrior in that era wore as much protection as could be obtained, because being stabbed leads to dying, and everyone knew this. Facing opponents who were charging forward in nothing but animal skins, completely exposed, and appearing entirely unconcerned about their own survival, sent a message that was difficult to process calmly. Either these men were genuinely unaware of the danger, which is terrifying, or they knew something you did not, which is equally terrifying, perhaps more so. The apparent indifference to self-preservation is, paradoxically, one of the most frightening things a human being can witness in another human being. It suggests that normal categories do not apply. The body modification that some berserkers practiced added further to this impression. Ritual scarification, runic carvings in the skin, made them look marked and strange. Some accounts mention that berserkers filed their teeth to points, though how widespread this actually was remains debatable. Some reports describe painting or tattooing, possibly with designs meant to invoke their animal spirits or carry magical protection. All of it contributed to the same effect. These were men who had moved, or been moved, some distance away from ordinary humanity, who belonged to a different category. The sounds were weaponized as deliberately as the appearance. Human beings are hardwired to respond to certain categories of sound with immediate fear. Predator sounds, screams of rage or pain, anything that signals threat to the animal parts of our nervous systems. The howling of berserkers was not random. It was structured to be as unsettling as possible, beginning low and building through registers that human nervous systems are prepared, over millions of years of evolution, to find alarming. Shield biting, that distinctive and iconic image of berserkers gnashing at the rims of their shields before battle, served multiple functions simultaneously. It was part of the psychological induction process, but it also created a specific, unusual sound. Dozens of men biting hard into wood, a rhythmic clacking and scraping that was not loud in the way of drums or horns, but deeply strange. You hear that sound and your nervous system processes it before your conscious mind does. It means something, and what it means is not reassuring. The timing of these sound displays was strategic. The berserkers did not simply make noise throughout a battle. The sounds built in deliberate waves. Low growling and muttering first, an undercurrent of menace. Then louder vocalizations, increasing in volume and frequency. Then the shield biting. Then, as the charge began, a peak of sound that accompanied the physical assault. This created a pressure that built over time, giving defenders room to fear what was coming. And the anticipation of something terrible is often harder to bear than the thing itself. The tactical deployment of berserkers within battles showed an equally sophisticated understanding of psychology and military dynamics. They were almost never distributed evenly across an army, or used throughout an entire engagement. They were concentrated and deployed at specific points and times, for specific purposes. The most common deployment was at the front of the initial assault, positioned in the center or on the flanks depending on the tactical situation. They were shock troops, meant to break through enemy lines at a critical point and create the confusion and panic that regular forces could then exploit. Placing them at the front ensured that they were the first thing enemies had to face, which meant that the reputation and the appearance had maximum impact. A defender looking at an approaching army and seeing berserkers in the front rank knew what the next several minutes would feel like. That knowledge was its own form of damage. Flank deployment was another common approach. Berserkers on the flanks threatened to roll up enemy lines from the side, while also creating decision pressure for enemy commanders. Do you reinforce against the berserkers threatening from the flank, or do you hold your center? Both choices have costs, and the knowledge that berserkers were operating on your flank, perhaps about to come around behind you, is the kind of knowledge that makes clear thinking difficult. There are accounts, some of them probably exaggerated but consistent enough in pattern to suggest some underlying truth, of entire enemy formations collapsing before berserkers even reached them. Imagine standing in a shield wall. Your shoulder is against the shoulder of the man beside you. Your shields overlap. Your spears are forward. You are doing what you have been trained to do, waiting for the enemy to come into range. And then you see the berserkers in the front of the line coming toward you. You hear them. You know the stories. You can see, as they approach, that something is genuinely different about how they are moving, how they are sounding, and the calculation you begin to make, standing there, is not an encouraging one. You know that berserkers do not stop when they are wounded in the ordinary way. You know they fight with a ferocity that can break a shield wall that should have held. You know that even if you hold your position, men around you are going to die badly. You know this is going to cost more than you were expecting to pay. And the man beside you is making the same calculation. And the man beside him. Someone's nerve breaks. Perhaps it is the man next to you. Perhaps it is someone 3 ranks back. It does not matter. One person moves, and suddenly everyone is reassessing whether holding the line is the correct choice. Within seconds, a formation that should have held can come apart entirely. And none of this required contact. That is what the system was designed to produce. The Vikings understood how to amplify this further through staging. Sometimes they would begin with a probing attack using regular troops, let the defenders feel like they were holding, perhaps even winning, and then pull back and release the berserkers as the second wave. The psychological impact of believing you were doing well, and then having that replaced by something entirely different and frightening, was its own particular form of devastation. Or they would keep berserkers visible but held in reserve, a looming presence throughout the battle, never quite deployed. Defenders would be fighting ordinary Norse warriors while watching those figures at the back, waiting. The threat that never arrives is sometimes more effective than the threat that does, because imagination tends to make things worse than reality. The reputation of berserkers carried strategic value beyond any single battle. Word moved quickly in medieval warfare. Armies communicated. Survivors talked. The knowledge that a particular Viking force possessed berserkers affected how enemies behaved long before any meeting of forces. Towns might choose to surrender rather than face siege if they knew berserkers were part of the attacking force. Rival armies might avoid battle under conditions where they would normally have engaged. Potential enemies might pay tribute rather than risk conflict at all. The berserkers were contributing military value even when they were nowhere near a battlefield, simply by existing and having a history. The same logic applied to long-term occupation and the extraction of tribute. Having berserkers as part of your garrison, or sending them periodically to collect what was owed, made rebellion less likely. The cost-benefit analysis of resistance changes significantly when the other side of the ledger includes berserkers. You are standing in a burial chamber in the ground at Birka, Sweden. There are weapons all around you, a sword, an axe, a spear, 2 shields, 2 horses. The bones in the center of the room are small and they are female. No one will understand this for more than 1,000 years. Then the narrator takes the story back, gently from the beginning. the psychological weight of the berserkers did not fall only on enemies. It pressed against everyone near them, including the men who stood beside them in the shield wall. Knowing that berserkers were on your side was, in one sense, reassuring. When the line began to buckle, when the fighting became desperate, you knew there were men beside you who would not break, who would in fact become more dangerous the worse things got. That knowledge made ordinary soldiers more willing to take risks, more willing to hold ground they might otherwise have abandoned. But fighting alongside berserkers was also, and there is no softer way to say this, somewhat terrifying. You had to trust that they could control themselves enough not to turn on you, and that was not always a safe assumption. The ambivalence this created in allied troops, simultaneously comforted and threatened by the same warriors, kept everyone in a state of watchful alertness. It probably improved readiness, even if it was not particularly good for anyone's long-term peace of mind. The Norse understood, with what feels like considerable sophistication, that fear could be metered. Berserkers could be held in reserve, restrained, visible but not unleashed, which told an enemy something important. It told them that this force had the capacity for terrible destruction and was choosing, for now, not to employ it. Surrender looked very different when framed that way. You could give up your weapons and be treated reasonably well, or you could fight, and the held-back men in the bare skins would be released. That was, for many, not a difficult calculation. And when the Vikings did choose to unleash the berserkers, the selective nature of it mattered. Making an example of one resistant population, one fortress that had refused terms, allowed word to travel. The stories that followed those moments were not accidents. They were part of the strategy. This was not random violence. It was carefully calibrated terror, applied to achieve specific strategic ends. A medieval protection system, in essence, operated by men who had stopped wearing shirts and possibly eaten mushrooms. The sagas and poems that recorded berserker deeds served this function too. They were not simply entertainment, not merely historical memory, though they were those things as well. They were also propaganda, deliberately cultivating and spreading the berserker mystique across the Norse world and far beyond it. The stories emphasized invulnerability, superhuman feats, the sense that these men were not quite of the ordinary world. Enemies heard these stories and had to decide, privately in the dark, how much to believe. Even discounting 90% as exaggeration, the remaining 10% was enough to disturb sleep. And here is the quietly important thing about uncertainty as a weapon. Known threats can be studied, planned for, mentally managed. Unknown threats, particularly ones that arrive wrapped in stories of supernatural power, create a particular kind of anxiety that is almost impossible to combat with tactics. The uncertainty is the threat. The Vikings understood this, perhaps intuitively, perhaps through generations of refinement, but they understood it. Other cultures did try to develop countermeasures, with varying success. Christian armies sometimes relied on religious ritual, carrying crosses and holy relics into battle, telling themselves and each other that their god was more powerful than the pagan fury approaching them. This likely helped morale, gave soldiers something to hold in their minds when the sound began. But crosses do not stop axes, and berserkers were not, as a matter of historical record, particularly moved by Christian religious symbols. Some commanders tried to prevent their soldiers from hearing the stories about berserkers before battle, or from seeing them during the approach, trying to manage what their men knew. This was difficult in practice, given that soldiers talk to each other constantly, and rumors travel faster than any order to stop them. The most effective countermeasures, it turned out, were those that simply avoided direct engagement with berserkers wherever possible. Better fortifications that made assault prohibitively costly. Naval tactics that prevented Viking forces from landing in the first place. Archers and crossbowmen firing from protected positions, since berserkers were most lethal at close range, and least effective against missile fire from a distance. And when none of those options were available, paying tribute, which meant that battle never happened at all. It is worth sitting with that for a moment. Most of the successful strategies for dealing with berserkers involve not fighting berserkers. If your enemy's best response to you is to avoid you entirely, then you have, in a very real sense, already won. Some commanders did attempt to target berserkers specifically before the main engagement began. Archers might concentrate fire on the berserkers during their approach, trying to wound or kill them before they reached the line. This sometimes worked. Berserkers in their pre-battle state abandoned their shields and were therefore more exposed to missile fire than ordinary warriors. But maintaining concentrated fire on specific targets during the chaos of a forming battle required discipline, and even a wounded berserker remained dangerous in ways that wounded ordinary men did not. Some sources mention attempts to assassinate known berserkers before battles even began, treating them as critical force multipliers worth removing at almost any cost. The Vikings, naturally, tried to protect their berserkers from exactly this kind of targeting. Another layer of tactical calculation, built around a layer of psychological calculation, built around men in animal skins howling at the sky. Experience helped, but only partially. Veteran warriors who had survived encounters with berserkers were less susceptible to the terror. They had seen berserkers die. They understood that underneath the fury was still a human body that could bleed. These veterans could steady younger soldiers, could provide the kind of calm leadership that prevented panic from becoming rout. But there is a quiet irony in this. Many of the veterans who had learned to manage berserker encounters had learned that lesson precisely because they had survived by avoiding direct engagement in the first place. Even familiarity with berserkers did not make them easy. It just changed what form the caution took. Cultural frameworks mattered as well. Christian European soldiers sometimes faced an additional layer of psychological vulnerability, because within their theological understanding, the berserkers were not just dangerous enemies. They were pagan fury, possibly demonic in origin, which added a spiritual dread to the physical one. Meanwhile, other peoples with their own traditions of ecstatic warriors, the Irish Fianna, for instance, warrior bands with some broadly similar characteristics, might find berserkers deeply threatening but not incomprehensible. Having a conceptual framework for a thing reduces its power to terrify you. That is true now, and it was true then. When you stand back and look at what the Vikings built around the berserker tradition, it becomes something more than a military curiosity. Most armies of the period understood the basics of intimidation. Drums and horns to coordinate and unsettle. Impressive armor and symbols to project power. Stories about their warriors to build reputation before the fighting started. But the Viking approach was integrated in ways that those simpler methods were not. The psychological impact of berserkers was cultivated across multiple channels simultaneously. Storytelling and reputation management, visual presentation and sound, tactical deployment and strategic positioning, selective use of violence and calculated mercy, all operating together to maximize effect while minimizing actual military risk. This was psychological operations doctrine, developed centuries before anyone formalized such concepts or wrote them into training manuals. The economic logic was clear, even if it was never expressed in those terms by the people practicing it. Actually fighting battles is expensive. Equipment is lost, men are killed, and even victories leave you weaker than before. If your reputation and your specialized warriors can achieve the same objectives without major combat, because opponents are too frightened to mount effective resistance, you save resources while still accomplishing your goals. The investment in maintaining berserkers, training them, feeding them, managing their considerable social difficulties, was real. But it was potentially far cheaper than the cost of the large-scale campaigns that the Berserker reputation allowed the Vikings to avoid. This was calculated economic strategy, dressed in bare skins and conducted under the name of divine fury. The decline of the Berserkers, which we will explore in more depth later in this story, can be understood in part through this same lens. As Christianity spread through Scandinavia and into the territories the Vikings had settled, the psychological impact of the Berserkers began to erode. Christian commanders and Christian soldiers looked at Berserkers and saw not incomprehensible supernatural threats, but pagan warriors using ritual and possibly substances, which was dangerous but conceptually manageable. Professional soldiers with consistent training and strong institutional discipline were less susceptible to panic than militia levies. Better defensive architecture and more sophisticated tactics made the kind of direct assault Berserkers specialized in less reliably effective. As the psychological edge wore away, the practical costs of maintaining Berserkers became harder to justify. Their unpredictability, the social disruption they caused, the high maintenance required to keep them functional, all of it that had been worth the investment when the terror was working, became a liability when it wasn't. But during their peak, roughly from the 8th through the 10th centuries, the Berserkers may have been the most sophisticated psychological weapon system in Europe. They were living instruments of fear, shaped over years through training, ritual, and what appears to have been deliberate chemical preparation, deployed with strategic care, sustained by an entire cultural apparatus of story and reputation. They turned human psychology against itself. They created uncertainty and dread before a blade had been raised. They made whole armies choose retreat over engagement, made whole towns choose surrender over the possibility of what was coming. The Vikings understood something that military forces throughout history have had to learn again and again, often the hard way. Winning the battle in the enemy's mind is frequently more decisive than winning it on the ground. The Berserkers were optimized for exactly that kind of warfare. And so we have spent considerable time with the male Berserkers, following their furies and their strategies and their terrible logic. But there is something waiting to be addressed. Something that had been waiting in the ground at Birka, Sweden, for over a century before anyone thought to look. The question of women. The story of female warriors in Viking Age society has a particular shape to it. It begins with evidence that was always there. It passes through a long period of denial, and it ends, relatively recently, with bones. The Norse sagas and poems mention shield maidens throughout, women who fought alongside men, sometimes as leaders of their own forces. For generations, scholars classified these accounts as romantic fantasy, the medieval equivalent of myth-making, entertaining and perhaps symbolically meaningful but not historically real. The logic seemed sound. Women in medieval societies did not serve as warriors. Therefore, any story describing women warriors must be allegorical or invented. It was a tidy argument. It was spectacularly wrong. The first crack appeared with a burial discovered at Birka, Sweden in the 1880s. The grave was clearly high status. It contained a full military assemblage, a sword, an axe, a spear, a battle knife, 2 shields and arrows. 2 horses were buried alongside. There were game pieces, suggesting someone who thought in terms of strategy and position. Everything about the burial indicated an elite warrior. For more than 100 years, the skeleton in that grave was labeled male, displayed in museum settings and cited in academic papers as an example of a high-ranking Viking warrior. No one tested the biological sex of the bones because no one felt the need to. The conclusion seemed obvious. In 2017, researchers finally conducted DNA analysis. The skeleton was female, biologically, genetically, without ambiguity, female. The academic response was interesting to observe. Some scholars insisted there had to be a mistake. Perhaps this was a ceremonial burial, and the weapons were symbolic rather than functional. Perhaps a female body had been interred with a male warrior's equipment for reasons that had nothing to do with her identity. The ingenuity of the alternative explanations was, in its own way, remarkable. Scholars who had spent careers constructing careful arguments found themselves constructing equally careful arguments for why the obvious conclusion could not possibly be correct. But the evidence accumulated. More analysis was conducted. And what it showed was a woman who had been buried with full military honors and an extensive weapons assemblage, in a manner that indicated she was recognized as a warrior in life. And Birka was not alone. Once archaeologists began systematically checking the biological sex of skeletons in warrior burials, rather than assuming, more female warriors appeared in the record. Graves in Norway, Denmark, Iceland, England, and other areas of Norse settlement revealed women interred with weapons, and women whose bones showed the kind of healed injuries that come from surviving combat more than once. The numbers were not large. Female warriors were a clear minority. But they were present in sufficient numbers to suggest this was an accepted, if uncommon, practice in Viking Age society. The sagas had not been making it up. They had been recording something real, and generations of historians had declined to believe them because the evidence contradicted assumptions they had not realized they were making. The sagas use various terms for these women, but Shield Maiden, or Eskejaldmer, appears most frequently. The stories depict them as capable warriors who could hold their ground against male opponents, who sometimes commanded their own war bands, and who were treated as legitimate military figures rather than anomalies. One of the most famous is Lagertha, described in some sources as a wife, or former wife, of Ragnar Lothbrok, that semi-legendary and much-storied Viking figure. Lagertha, according to these accounts, was not only a skilled fighter, but commanded her own forces and fought in multiple engagements. The stories about her were, for a long time, filed under obviously fictional embellishment. Given what archaeology has since revealed, the confidence of that dismissal looks different now. The question relevant to this part of our story is whether any of these shield maidens practiced the Berserker traditions. Were there women who entered the combat trance, who underwent the same ritual preparation, who fought from that same altered state? The honest answer is that we do not know with certainty. But there are hints, fragmentary and ambiguous, that suggest the answer might be yes, at least sometimes. What we can say is this. If female berserkers existed, they would have operated within a somewhat different framework, shaped by both physiology and by the religious and social structures that would have defined their practice. The religious dimension matters here. Male berserkers were deeply associated with Odin, the All-Father, god of war and wisdom and ecstatic transformation. A female warrior tradition practicing similar techniques would more likely have been connected to Freyja, goddess of love and fertility and magic, and also of war. That last part tends to get forgotten in modern retellings. Freyja received half of all warriors who died in battle, the other half going to Odin. She rode into battle. She led the Valkyries, those figures who moved through the fighting and chose which men would die. She was associated with Seder, the shamanic practice that allowed its practitioners to move between states of consciousness in ways that look, from the outside, very much like what the Berserkers were doing. A framework existed within Norse religion for female warriors operating under divine sanction. It simply receives less attention than the Odin connection, possibly for the same reasons that female warriors receive less attention generally. A tradition of female berserkers connected to Freyja rather than Odin would have had different characteristics in practice. Freyja's magic emphasized transformation and cunning as well as force. Her associations were with life and fertility as well as death and combat, suggesting a different balance than pure destructive fury. Where male berserkers channeled something that looks very much like unmediated rage, female practitioners might have developed approaches that combined aggression with more tactical awareness, that maintained greater control even within altered states. More controlled fury can be more lethal than wild fury. Fewer openings, fewer moments of pure vulnerability. The physiological differences between male and female bodies would also have shaped how Berserker practices manifested. Women have different hormonal profiles, different baseline levels of testosterone and estrogen, different responses to stress and adrenaline. The same ritual preparations and substances that produced Berserker gang in male bodies might have produced somewhat different altered states in female ones. Different centers of gravity, different ratios of muscle to body weight, different patterns of pain tolerance, all of these would have influenced combat style and how the trance state translated into practical fighting. The archaeological evidence offers some texture here. The Birka warrior's equipment included a bow and arrows, suggesting she engaged in ranged combat as well as, or perhaps instead of, pure close-quarters fighting. Archery favors technique and precision over raw power. A female berserker tradition might have incorporated these differences, developing approaches that enhance the particular physical capabilities women tend to have rather than simply trying to replicate male patterns. Training for female warriors would have differed from male training in some respects, while sharing essential elements. We discussed earlier how male berserker initiates were sent into the wilderness to survive and hunt, to encounter the bear on its own ground. Female initiates would likely have undergone equally demanding trials, but possibly differently configured. Norse culture recognized that male and female physical capabilities were differently arranged, not necessarily one as inferior to the other, but as operating on different principles. A female warrior proving herself might have faced challenges that tested endurance, pain tolerance, tactical intelligence, and skill, rather than raw physical power alone. The social implications of showing berserker tendencies were also considerably more complicated for a girl than for a boy. Boys demonstrating warrior instincts were celebrated and channeled into military preparation. Girls demonstrating the same instincts would have encountered resistance because they were violating more fundamental expectations about what their lives were supposed to contain. Only families already inclined toward allowing daughters unusual autonomy, or girls whose signs of divine calling were so clear they could not be denied, would have entered this path. The social position of shield maidens was, to say the least, complex. More complex than that of male berserkers, who were already themselves a social complication. A female warrior was violating gender norms in ways that made her simultaneously compelling and deeply unsettling to the people around her. The sagas often depict shield maidens either as women who have wholly renounced femininity, or as warriors who occupy that role temporarily before returning to conventional life through marriage. But the archaeological record suggests that at least some female warriors maintained their warrior identity across their entire lives, dying and being buried as warriors rather than making any transition to domestic roles. The legal situation would have been genuinely peculiar. Norse women had more legal standing than women in many contemporary medieval societies. They could own property, dissolve marriages, represent themselves in legal proceedings, but they still operated under various gender-based restrictions. A woman who was also a recognized warrior would have existed in genuine legal ambiguity, asserting privileges normally belonging to men, exercising forms of violence that were socially and legally restricted for women, yet doing so in ways her community sometimes accepted and honored. The cognitive dissonance this created for everyone involved must have been considerable. Marriage for shield maidens presented its own particular complications. The saga accounts often feature shield maidens who marry, sometimes men they fought alongside or against. The Lagertha stories suggest she maintained her warrior identity even within marriage, commanding troops and fighting battles independently of her husband. This required a partner secure enough to be married to someone who was, objectively, capable of killing him. That probably reduced the pool of candidates somewhat. And then there is the question of children. Could a woman sustain a berserker practice while also bearing and raising children? Pregnancy and the period immediately following birth would have made combat essentially impossible. But Norse women were hardy, and history offers examples from various cultures of women warriors who managed both roles at different stages of life. A woman might fight through her early years, bear children in her middle years, and return to warrior activities once her children were older. Or she might choose not to have children at all, committing entirely to the warrior path. Norse society permitted more variation in women's life choices than many contemporary cultures did, though that flexibility was still constrained by standards very different from modern ones. The relationship between male berserkers and female shield maidens, where they coexisted, would have been interesting to observe. Were they equals, rivals, separate traditions that occasionally intersected? The sources do not give us clean answers. Some male warriors surely recognized skilled female warriors as peers, granting ability the same respect regardless of who carried it. Others surely resented what they experienced as a violation of proper order. Female warriors likely faced constant informal pressure to prove themselves in ways that male warriors did not, needing to be demonstrably more capable simply to be considered adequate. If female berserkers trained together, they may have formed their own lodges, their own communities of women warriors who understood each other's experience in ways outsiders could not. Or they may have integrated into existing male berserker groups, demanding and eventually receiving recognition as full members. Possibly both patterns existed, in different places and at different times. The Norse world was large and varied, and we should not assume that one model fits all of it. The combat effectiveness of shield maidens is written into their bones. The healed wounds found on female warrior skeletons are evidence of something specific. These were not women who were present at one battle and died there. These were women who fought, were injured, survived, recovered, and fought again. That requires skill, the kind that keeps you alive through an encounter. It requires opportunity, meaning a community that continued to allow and support their fighting. And it argues for a sustained identity, as warriors rather than a temporary or accidental one. The psychological effect of female berserkers on enemies would have operated on an additional register. In cultures with rigid ideas about gender and about what women were and were not capable of, encountering a female warrior in battle, particularly one in berserker fury, would have been cognitively disorienting in a way that a male berserker simply was not. You are trying to process a violation of your fundamental assumptions about the world at the same moment you are trying to survive. Some sources do describe enemies being particularly terrified by shield maidens. The additional layer of disruption may explain part of that. The religious significance of female berserkers, if they existed, would have been substantial. Women who channeled Freyja's martial power in combat would have embodied that goddess's war aspects in the most direct and visible possible way, making it harder to reduce her to the softer role she sometimes gets assigned in modern retellings. They would have been, in effect, priestesses of a war goddess. That spiritual authority would have carried weight that helped compensate for the gender-based social disadvantages they navigated in every other context. The decline of shield maidens followed the same broad trajectory as the decline of male berserkers. Christianity moved through Scandinavia, bringing gender roles that were more restrictive than pagan Norse norms, not less. Female warriors practicing ecstatic pagan ritual would have been, to put it plainly, anathema to the new religious order. The pressure on them would have been not just to convert, but to abandon their martial identities entirely and adopt forms of life that Christian society recognized as appropriate for women. Some likely resisted, for a time, successfully, but the cultural current was running hard against them. And then came the erasure. Christian chroniclers had strong reasons to downplay female warriors. Women fighters represented a kind of disorder that contradicted both proper gender roles and the divine, order those roles were understood to reflect. Later historians working within academic frameworks built on patriarchal assumptions found female warriors incompatible with the narratives they had already constructed, and so dismissed them as legend. The evidence, in the sagas and in the ground, was there all along. It was there in the 1880s when the Birka grave was first opened. It simply was not seen because the people looking had already decided what they would find. It took bones, physical, testable, undeniable bones, to force a reconsideration of assumptions that should have been questioned far earlier. There is a particular kind of historical sadness in thinking about what happened to these women after they died. They went into their graves as honored warriors. Their communities buried them with swords and horses and the full material evidence of who they had been. Then they lay in the ground for more than 1,000 years, while later scholars displayed their skeletons under male names, filed their stories under fiction, and wrote them out of the history that they had, in some cases literally, bled to make. Warriors who were brave enough to face death on a battlefield were defeated, in the end, by the quiet assumption that women could not be warriors. That takes a specific kind of historical blindness to accomplish. They proved themselves in the most direct way available to them, in combat, and still were not believed. The legacy of the shield maidens resonates in ways that the male berserker legacy does not quite match. Male warriors, even extraordinary and frightening ones, fit into established historical categories. They confirm existing narratives about how power operates and who holds it. Female warriors challenge something more fundamental. They ask questions about gender and capability and social organization that those established narratives prefer not to answer. They remind us that historical gender roles were more varied and contested than simplified versions suggest, that women have always found ways to exercise power and agency, even within societies structured to limit them. And that capability has rarely mapped onto gender in the clean and decisive ways that various societies have confidently insisted it does. The shield maidens were there. They were always there. We simply, for a long time, chose not to look. There is a question that gets asked sometimes, quietly, the way people ask questions they're not sure they want answered. How many of them were there, really? How many women, across the whole span of the Viking Age, actually fought, actually entered that space, that altered and dangerous space, between ordinary life and something harder and stranger? The honest answer is that we don't know. The archaeological evidence suggests female warriors were a small minority, perhaps a few % of Norse warriors at most. Of those, some unknown subset might have practiced berserker techniques. We are probably talking about dozens, perhaps hundreds of women, across the entire Viking Age and the whole of the Norse world. Not thousands. Dozens to hundreds, scattered across generations and geography, each one exceptional in every sense of the word. Small numbers, but small numbers are not the same thing as insignificance. These were women who broke with social norms, who underwent brutal training, who mastered combat skills and achieved recognition as warriors despite every obstacle their gender placed in their path. They proved something. They established precedents. They created examples that other women could point to, demonstrations that the supposedly natural and inevitable divisions between what men could do and what women could do were not as fixed as people claimed. Every culture, if you look long enough, has stories about exceptional women warriors. Because every culture produces women who refuse to be constrained by gender norms, and some of those women, throughout history, have picked up weapons and fought. The Norse were unusual in apparently accepting this more readily than many cultures. They incorporated female warriors into their military and social structures in ways that allowed at least some of those women to succeed and to be recognized. The shield maidens, and any female berserkers who existed among them, represent a road not taken by most of European history. After the Viking Age, as Christianity consolidated its hold across the north, and as feudalism developed its own rigid hierarchies, the space for female warriors largely disappeared. It closed. For centuries, women would not appear as significant military forces in Europe again until much later, and even then usually as exceptions that proved the rule rather than evidence of any broader shift. But the Viking Age showed it was possible. It showed that societies could incorporate female warriors, that women could master martial skills and altered states of consciousness as effectively as men, if given the opportunity and the training. The fact that this possibility was subsequently closed off and denied makes the Shield Maiden story more poignant. A glimpse of roads that could have been traveled, but weren't. There is something quietly sorrowful in that. A door that opened, briefly, and then shut again for a very long time. Looking at Shield Maidens and potential female berserkers also complicates our understanding of berserker practices more generally. If women could achieve similar combat states through different religious and ritual frameworks, this suggests that the berserker phenomenon was more flexible and adaptable than any single fixed tradition could account for. Different practitioners might have accessed similar psychological and physiological states through different routes. They might have adapted practices to their own physical and social circumstances and achieved the same functional results through varying methods. The same destination, reached by different paths. This makes berserkers seem less like a single unified tradition and more like a family of related practices, sharing core elements, but varying significantly in their application. The story of Shield Maidens is, at its heart, about capability, about agency, and about the power of evidence over assumption. These women were capable warriors who achieved recognition in one of history's most militarized cultures. They exercised agency in choosing martial paths despite considerable social pressure toward more conventional female roles, and the physical evidence of their existence, their bones, their weapons, their wounds, ultimately overrode centuries of assumptions that they couldn't have existed. Their bones said otherwise. So when we talk about berserkers, we need to include these women. These forgotten sisters who might have practiced their own versions of ecstatic combat, who definitely fought and died as warriors, and who have only recently been recognized for what they actually were. They expand our understanding of Viking Age society. They complicate our assumptions about gender and capability. And they remind us that history is often stranger and more complex than the stories we tell about it. The berserkers weren't only the bare-shirted men howling at the front of shield walls. They might also have been women channeling Freya's power, fighting with equal skill and fury, buried with their weapons, and forgotten by history until archaeology brought them back to light. That is a more complete story, and it is, in its way, a more interesting one. Now the view widens. Because the Norse were not alone in this. Not alone in asking the question that underlies the entire berserker tradition. How do you make a warrior who exceeds the ordinary? How do you produce a fighter who does what regular soldiers cannot? The world of the 8th through the 11th centuries was full of civilizations wrestling with exactly that question and arriving at very different answers. Comparing berserkers to those other warrior traditions reveals something worth sitting with. What was universal about elite military forces across all cultures, and what was distinctly, irreducibly Norse about the berserker phenomenon specifically? You are standing somewhere cold. The ground is stone and half-frozen mud beneath your feet. Someone has told you that a group of men are coming who do not fear death, who fight without armor, who make sounds that aren't quite human. The person who told you this did not stay to explain further. You are trying to decide whether to believe them. You probably believe them. Begin close to home, geographically if not culturally, with the Byzantine Varangian Guard. This is, in a sense, the story of what happened to some berserkers after the Viking Age began winding down. Constantinople, the capital of the Byzantine Empire, was the richest and most sophisticated city in Europe during this period, and the emperors who ruled from it had a problem that wealthy rulers throughout history have faced in one form or another. They couldn't fully trust their own people to protect them. Local guards came with local loyalties and local ambitions. The solution, as it so often has been for powerful men surrounded by complicated politics, was to hire foreigners, ideally from very far away. Men who had no stake in Byzantine court politics, no cousins in the Senate, no personal agenda beyond the salary they were paid. Enter the Norse warriors. Starting in the late 10th century, Scandinavian warriors, including some berserkers, began traveling south through the river systems of Eastern Europe, following the long waterways down toward Constantinople. Some were exiles. Some were younger sons with no inheritance waiting at home. Some were warriors whose services were no longer needed, as Scandinavia began consolidating into kingdoms with more organized military structures. They arrived at the city on the Bosphorus, this enormous golden place, and the Byzantine emperors quickly recognized what they had found. Exceptionally effective fighters, with no connections whatsoever to Byzantine political factions. So they formed the Varangian Guard, an elite unit, the emperor's personal bodyguard. The Varangian Guard became legendary, but here is what matters for our purposes. The berserkers who joined had to adapt. Byzantine military doctrine was probably the most sophisticated in Europe at the time. They had detailed written manuals on tactics, strict discipline, coordinated unit movements. You could not simply run screaming at the enemy whenever the spirit moved you. The berserker fury had to be channeled, controlled, deployed when ordered rather than when the animal inside you decided it was time. This created something genuinely unusual. Warriors with berserker training and berserker capabilities, operating within a disciplined military framework. Something like taking a wolf and teaching it to march in formation, which sounds impossible, and yet apparently worked well enough that the Varangian Guard served emperors for centuries. The Byzantines received the benefits of having genuinely terrifying Norse warriors without most of the social problems those warriors created back home in Scandinavia. The guards were well paid, which helped with behavioral difficulties. They were kept busy with military campaigns and guard duties, giving them legitimate outlets for aggression. They were in a foreign culture where they couldn't easily cause complications for local populations. And if they did, Byzantine justice was swift and inventive in ways that made Norse punishments look almost gentle by comparison. The emperors received elite troops who were loyal, effective, and frightening to enemies. The Norse warriors received wealth, prestige, and opportunities for combat. It was, by any measure, a workable arrangement, though probably not quite what any berserker imagined when he first went through his initiation somewhere in the frozen north. Move now to the Middle East, and to the group who became known as the Assassins. More properly, the Nizari Ismailis, who received that name from their enemies. They operated from mountain fortresses in Persia and Syria during the 11th through 13th centuries, slightly later than the peak berserker period, but close enough to be instructive for comparison. The Assassins carried a legendary reputation built on a foundation of fact and decorated with considerable embellishment, which, honestly, also describes the Berserkers, so they have that much in common already. The name Assassin supposedly derives from Hashishin, meaning users of hashish, suggesting that they used cannabis to achieve altered states before carrying out their missions. Whether this is actually true remains debated. It may have been propaganda from their enemies, a way of explaining behavior that otherwise seemed incomprehensible. But the parallel to berserkers using mushrooms is difficult to ignore. What is certain is that the assassins specialized in targeted political killings. They sent individual operatives or small teams to eliminate specific targets, usually in broad daylight, in public places, for maximum psychological impact. Their defining characteristic was the willingness to accept certain death. The operative would complete the mission knowing he would not escape, which is simultaneously one of the most effective possible military strategies and one of the most difficult to defend against. Both traditions created warriors who did not fear death, who could enter altered psychological states, and who were used for psychological effect as much as physical. But the methods and applications could not have been more different. Berserkers were shock troops, deployed in open battle, relying on overwhelming aggression and intimidation. They wanted everyone to know they were coming. Assassins were stealth operatives, relying on patience, infiltration, and precision. They wanted to be invisible until the exact moment they weren't. One like a storm moving across open water. One like a single stone dropped without warning into a still pool. The assassins also had religious motivations that rhyme, structurally, with Berserker belief. They were fighting for their interpretation of Islam against enemies they understood as heretics and oppressors. Their leaders convinced them that dying while carrying out an assassination guaranteed paradise, which solved the problem of motivation quite cleanly. You don't require much additional incentive when you genuinely believe that completing your mission, even at the cost of your life, earns you eternal reward. The Berserkers had the same fundamental architecture. Dying in combat was desirable because of what waited afterward. Valhalla, the mead hall at the end of everything. Both traditions had understood the same thing. That religious certainty about the afterlife makes warriors considerably more willing to accept lethal risks. The training, however, was entirely different. Assassins were educated, often multilingual, taught to move through different social contexts without arousing suspicion. They learned patience, deception, strategy. They might spend months posing as a guard or a servant before making their move. Berserker training was about embracing rage, transcending normal human limitations through force of will and pharmacological assistance. A berserker needed to be able to charge into a shield wall howling, like something that had lost its mind. Different skill sets, different psychological profiles. You probably could not take someone with the berserker temperament and turn them into an effective assassin, and the reverse is equally true. Now travel further, to Japan, and the comparison becomes something genuinely worth pausing over. The samurai class emerged during the Heian period and developed over centuries into a highly sophisticated warrior tradition with its own codes, its own practices, its own philosophy. What matters most for comparison is the samurai concept of mushin, which translates roughly as no mind or empty mind. A state of consciousness where you act without conscious thought, where training takes over completely, and you respond to combat situations instinctively, without fear or hesitation or calculation interfering with your movement. This sounds, in its functional result, quite similar to Berserker Gang. A warrior in an altered state, transcending normal limitations, performing at levels that exceed what careful conscious thought could produce. But the path to that state could not have been more different. Samurai achieved mushin through years of meditation, usually Zen Buddhist practice, through endless repetitive training until techniques became as automatic as breathing, through philosophical study and mental discipline of a kind that takes a lifetime to develop. They were trying to quiet the mind, to achieve a state of empty awareness, clear as still water. Berserkers were trying to overload the mind, to flood it with fury and religious ecstasy until rational thought simply disappeared, burned away, and something more primal took over. Same destination, completely opposite routes. The samurai approach was more sustainable, more controlled. A samurai in a mushin state maintained tactical awareness and could return from that state when circumstances required. He was not going to turn on his own allies. He did not need 3 days of recovery afterward, but it may not have produced the same raw intimidation. A samurai fighting with perfect technical precision in a state of calm awareness is deadly and deeply impressive. A berserker frothing at the mouth and shrugging off wounds that should have ended him is deadly and impressive, and on a more immediate animal level, absolutely terrifying. Different tools, different purposes. The religious frameworks underneath these two traditions are also telling. Samurai spirituality emphasized discipline, self-control, acceptance of death without attachment to outcome. The goal was to not fear death because you had achieved a quality of mind in which death and life were equally acceptable. Berserker spirituality emphasized achieving something closer to divine possession, merging with animal spirits, becoming more than human through religious experience. The samurai wanted to transcend the self through discipline and find peace in that transcendence. The berserker wanted to transcend the self through fury and find power. Buddhism and Norse paganism in a kind of philosophical miniature. And the cultures that produced them shaped everything about them. Japanese culture valued social harmony, obligation, correct behavior within defined roles. The samurai were the armed defenders of that order, and their training reflected those values even as they were becoming extraordinarily efficient at killing. Norse culture valued individual honor, prowess, glory in battle. Berserkers were the ultimate expression of those values, pushed to an extreme. If you placed a samurai into Viking society, or dropped a berserker into feudal Japan, both would struggle. Not because of any lack of skill, but because the entire social and spiritual context that gave their warrior identity meaning would simply be absent. There were other traditions, closer to home for the Norse. The Celtic Fianna, bands of young warriors in Irish and Scottish tradition, operating outside normal social structures, living as hunters and wanderers and fighters before potentially settling into ordinary life. Some scholars see genuine parallels to berserkers in the descriptions of Fianna warriors entering battle fury, particularly in the legendary figure of Cuchulainn, who could transform himself into terrifying forms when fighting. The descriptions of Irish battle fury in the old texts sound remarkably similar to berserker gang. Warriors become unrecognizable. Their bodies contort. They make sounds that don't belong to ordinary human voices. They fight with strength and seeming invulnerability that observers find impossible to account for. The famous warp spasm of Cuchulainn describes transformations that read like something from a horror story. His body twisting, his hair standing on end, his eyes bulging in their sockets. This is mythological embellishment. But mythological embellishment almost always has something beneath it, some underlying reality that the story is trying, in its own idiom, to describe. And what it seems to be describing is warriors entering extreme altered states during combat. The differences from Norse berserkers are significant. The Fianna were more loosely structured, less integrated into formal military hierarchies. The religious framework was Celtic paganism, with different gods and different mythological associations. And the techniques for achieving the combat fury are not well documented. There is no clear evidence of celts using psychoactive substances the way Norse berserkers did, though the absence of evidence is not the same as evidence of absence. Celtic traditions may have relied more on purely psychological techniques, possibly including sleep deprivation, fasting, and ritual, to achieve their battle states. What is interesting is that both Norse and Celtic cultures were relatively decentralized, tribal, with strong warrior traditions, and similar climatic and environmental pressures. This might have created similar pressures toward ecstatic warrior traditions, similar problems requiring similar solutions. Meanwhile, more centralized and bureaucratic societies like Rome or Byzantium developed elite forces through systematic training and organization rather than altered consciousness. Different cultures, different solutions to the same essential challenge. Rome is worth considering, if briefly. The Roman approach was almost the philosophical inverse of the berserker approach. Roman military doctrine was about turning men into interchangeable, reliable parts of a military machine, about units executing complex maneuvers through training and discipline. Individual heroics were less important than unit cohesion. A Roman centurion watching a berserker charge would probably have experienced a specific combination of emotions: genuine respect for the ferocity and deep professional unease at everything the berserker represented. No formation, no discipline, no tactical flexibility, just raw fury moving in a single direction. Romans would have tried to neutralize berserkers through superior tactics, better equipment, and coordinated action. And in some cases, they might have succeeded. Disciplined troops with good leadership can defeat even terrifying opponents through technique and organization. But in other cases, the psychological impact alone would have broken Roman units, just as it broke others. Fear does not always yield to tactical doctrine. And then there are the Spartans, the most famous warrior culture in Western history. Spartan training was brutal in ways that even other ancient cultures found remarkable. Boys were taken at age 7 and entered the agoge, a system designed to create perfect soldiers through hardship, discipline, and constant training. But the Spartan approach was, in most ways, the opposite of the Berserker approach. Spartans valued restraint, discipline, fighting in perfect formation with your shield protecting the man beside you. Individual glory was subordinate to unit effectiveness. A Spartan would quite possibly have considered berserker behavior cowardly because berserkers fought without armor. And in Spartan thinking, your shield existed not to protect yourself, but to protect the soldier to your left. Abandoning it was shameful. And yet Spartans and berserkers shared something at their core. Both required warriors to transcend normal human fear, to fight in situations where ordinary people would flee. They achieved this through completely different means. Spartans through brutal training, relentless social pressure, and a culture that made death in battle glorious and survival without victory deeply shameful. Berserkers through religious experience, altered states, and pharmacological enhancement. Different methodologies, similar results on the battlefield. The view widens further to North America. Various indigenous warrior societies had their own techniques for achieving combat excellence, and some of the parallels are worth sitting with. Plains tribes had warrior societies such as the Dog Soldiers, who took vows to never retreat in battle, and would stake themselves to the ground to prove they would hold their position regardless of what came. The psychological effect of seeing warriors who had literally tied themselves in place, who had made retreat physically impossible, would have been similar in some ways to seeing berserkers charge without armor. Both are demonstrations of the same fundamental thing. These warriors have already accepted death, which makes them more dangerous and more frightening in ways that no amount of tactical planning fully addresses. Some Native American traditions involved vision quests, where young warriors would fast, expose themselves to the elements, and seek spiritual experiences that would grant them power and protection. The specifics are entirely different from Norse practices, but the underlying concept rhymes, altering consciousness through ritual and ordeal to achieve a spiritual transformation that then manifests in combat. Many traditions also involved going into battle, painted and dressed in ways intended to be intimidating, to project supernatural power, to signal to enemies that these particular warriors were operating under divine protection. The specific imagery varied enormously. The underlying logic was the same. African warrior traditions offer further comparisons. Zulu impis, those famous formations that transformed southern Africa, combined discipline and aggression into military forces of extraordinary effectiveness. The Zulu did not use altered states the way berserkers did, but they understood psychological warfare deeply. Their tactics included war chants, drumming, and displays designed to begin dismantling enemy morale before the fighting even started. The famous Horns of the Buffalo formation was as much about psychological impact, about making an enemy feel surrounded and overwhelmed before contact, as it was about tactical geometry. Some African cultures had warrior societies that did use altered states. Certain West African traditions involved warriors entering possession states during ritual, being taken over by spirits understood to grant combat prowess. The details vary by culture and are often poorly documented by outside observers who frequently misunderstood what they were watching. But the pattern appears in multiple contexts, using religious experience and altered consciousness to create elite warriors. Different cultures arriving at similar solutions through entirely independent paths. This is perhaps worth pausing on, that human beings in very different parts of the world in very different periods, with no contact with each other, kept arriving at roughly the same insight. That the warrior who has undergone some transformation, spiritual, psychological, pharmacological, or some combination, is more dangerous than the warrior who has not. That altered consciousness and combat effectiveness are somehow connected. That the body fights differently when the ordinary fearful mind has been set aside. Southeast Asian martial traditions also carried spiritual elements. Indonesian and Filipino martial arts incorporated meditation and trance states as part of warrior training. The Javanese concept of ilmu, which encompasses both practical fighting skills and spiritual power, suggests a worldview in which combat effectiveness and spiritual development cannot really be separated. Warriors would seek spiritual teachers and undergo initiations that echo, in their broad structure if not their specific practices, the Berserker initiations of the Norse North. And then the Mongols, who created one of the most effective military forces in human history through an approach that was almost the opposite of all of these. Mongol warriors were not made through initiation or ritual or altered states. They were made through a lifetime of riding and archery, skills that every Mongol learned from childhood as part of nomadic life. Their effectiveness came from mobility, from archery skills, and from tactical sophistication. They were warriors because that was what life on the steppe required of everyone. But the Mongols understood psychological warfare as well as anyone who has ever practiced it. The terror their campaigns created, the stories of cities completely erased, the pyramids of skulls they constructed and left as messages, all of this was calculated. Calculated to make resistance seem not just difficult but futile. When defenders heard berserkers were coming, many would flee rather than face what seemed like supernatural warriors. When defenders heard the Mongols were coming, many would surrender rather than face annihilation. Different techniques, the same strategic destination, win through fear as much as through combat. So what made berserkers distinctive when placed in this wider company? Several things. The combination of religious experience and pharmacological enhancement was unusual. Many cultures used one or the other. The systematic use of psychoactive substances as part of a religious military complex was distinctively Norse. The complete abandonment of defensive equipment and tactics in favor of pure offensive fury was extreme, even by the standards of other ecstatic warrior traditions. And the formalization of the berserker role, the integration of berserkers into Norse military and social structures as a recognized category of warrior with their own legal status, their own social position, their own initiatory tradition, was unusual. Many cultures produced individual warriors who might enter battle fury. The formalization of that fury into a training system and a social role was something else. The religious dimension was also specific in a way that matters. The Odin cult and its connection to berserkers created a framework in which combat fury was literally divine possession. The warrior wasn't simply psyching himself up. He was channeling a god. This gave berserkers a spiritual authority that reinforced their social position and made their behavior more acceptable because it was religiously sanctioned. The willingness to accept death, even to seek it, was something berserkers shared with several other elite warrior traditions. But the mechanism was different in each case. Samurai accepted death through philosophical discipline. Assassins accepted death through religious certainty. Spartans accepted death through social programming, so thorough that individual survival instinct had been substantially overwritten. Berserkers accepted death through a combination of religious belief, altered states that suppressed normal survival instincts, and a cultural value system that made dying in battle genuinely, not rhetorically, the best possible outcome. What that overlap reveals is something about human nature that sits quietly beneath all of these traditions. The thing our instincts normally prevent, fighting to the death, can be overcome, and different cultures found different routes to the same override. The sustainability problem was where berserkers differed most sharply from most other elite warrior traditions. Samurai training was sustainable across a lifetime. Roman legionaries served for decades. Mongol warriors could fight from adolescence into middle age. Berserkers had limited operational lifespans because their practices were physically and psychologically destructive. This made them simultaneously more specialized and more problematic than most other elite warrior types. Extraordinarily effective in their specific role, difficult to sustain over time. There was also the question of heredity. Berserker ability apparently ran in families. Even without modern scientific language for it, the Norse seemed to understand that some people were naturally better suited to berserker practices than others. Other elite warrior traditions were, at least in theory, more egalitarian. Anyone could become a samurai or a legionary with proper training and the right social position. Berserkers seemed to recognize that the capacity to enter berserker gang effectively was partly innate, which made them a smaller, more exclusive, more volatile group. The social problems they created were also more severe than most comparable traditions faced. Samurai were constrained by strict social codes. Roman soldiers operated under military law with harsh consequences for violations. Spartans were controlled by a rigid social system that shaped every aspect of their lives from childhood. Berserkers were harder to control because their effectiveness came partly from their uncontrollability. And Norse society's solution, keeping them somewhat isolated while granting them special legal status, was a unique adaptation to a unique problem. From a purely military standpoint, berserkers were highly specialized weapons, optimized for specific tactical situations. You could not use berserkers for garrison duty, or peacekeeping, or siege warfare, or most of the routine functions that occupy armies for the vast majority of their existence. Armies spend far more time standing around waiting and looking threatening than they spend in actual battle. Berserkers were breakthrough specialists, shock troops, psychological warfare assets. Valuable in their moment, limited outside of it. The comparison across cultures also reveals what is universal in human nature and what is culturally specific. The universal parts include the desire to create superior warriors, the recognition that psychological factors matter as much as physical ones in combat, the use of training and ritual to shape people into effective fighters, and the application of religious or cultural meaning to make warriors willing to accept death. These things appear everywhere, in every era, in every part of the world. The culturally specific parts are the exact methods, the particular religious frameworks, the specific psychological states cultivated, the social roles carved out. The berserker phenomenon makes more sense when you place it as one variation among many on that universal theme. Every complex society that engages in warfare develops some version of this. Some way of producing warriors who exceed the ordinary, who can accomplish what regular troops cannot, who become legendary and feared. The Norse developed a version that emphasized ecstatic altered states, religious possession, and psychological terror, and pushed those elements to an extreme. And what is quietly striking is how many of these traditions have echoed forward. Special forces today combine elements from multiple lineages. The discipline and technical training of Rome and the samurai. The psychological resilience cultivated through methods that echo, in their broad structure, some of what berserker training was attempting. The understanding of reputation and psychological warfare that made berserkers and assassins so effective. The specifics change. The underlying questions remain the same. How do you make a warrior who exceeds the ordinary? How do you produce someone willing to go where others won't? Different centuries, different gods, different methods. The same quiet, difficult question, asked again and again across the whole length of human history, somewhere in the dark, by people who needed an answer. There is something almost inevitable about how it ended. Not in fire. Not in the clash of axes and the crash of shields on a battlefield, somewhere cold and distant. The berserkers who had once terrified the whole of medieval Europe were worn down by something far slower and far more patient than any army they had ever faced. They were defeated by priests, by laws written in assemblies, by the quiet and relentless turning of a civilization from one set of gods to another. That ending is worth sitting with for a moment. Imagine them in those final years, the last of Odin's warriors, men who had given everything to a tradition, to a brotherhood, to a way of being in the world. And the world had simply moved on without them. You are standing outside a longhouse, somewhere on the edge of the Norse world. The air is cold in the way that only a Scandinavian winter is cold, the kind that settles into stone and stays. Inside there is firelight. But whatever once happened here, whatever rituals were performed, whatever fury was prepared and offered up to the old gods, is already fading. The men inside are the last of something. You can feel it the way you sometimes feel the end of things before anyone has named it yet. Then the night is just the night again. Modern military psychology has arrived, through its own long roads of trial and error, at many of the same understandings that ancient warrior cultures reached through practice, through suffering, through generations of accumulated knowledge. The berserkers represent an extreme point on that long human spectrum. How far will we go to create a superior warrior? They pushed human physiology and human psychology to limits that caused permanent damage, in exchange for temporary capabilities that must have seemed, to anyone watching, like something beyond the human. Most modern militaries have concluded that this is too far, that the costs outweigh the benefits, that effective warriors can be built through less destructive means. But understanding what the berserkers achieved and how they achieved it still carries value. It maps out the outer edges of what humans are capable of under specific conditions. And in that sense, they remain useful, even now, even reduced to legend. The berserkers were neither unique in their desire to transcend human limits through ritual and altered states, nor were they simply typical of elite warrior traditions. They occupied a specific niche in the ecology of warrior cultures, a niche shaped by Norse religion, by the Scandinavian environment, by the military needs of Viking society, and by a particular historical moment when all of those forces aligned at once. They were one answer among many to the oldest question a warrior culture ever asks. How do you make a fighter who can do what other fighters cannot? Their answer was distinctive enough, effective enough, and, one might quietly observe, strange enough, that we are still talking about it more than 1,000 years later. But every story has an ending. The Berserker story ends not with a glorious last stand in battle, which would have suited them. It ends with a slow, grinding cultural transformation that first made them irrelevant and then made them illegal. The force that finally defeated the Berserkers was not a superior army. It was not better tactics or sharper steel. It was Christianity, moving steadily across Scandinavia, backed by political power and economic incentive, systematically dismantling the entire cultural and religious framework that had made berserkers possible in the first place. The Christianization of Scandinavia unfolded gradually across several centuries, roughly from the 9th through the 12th, depending on the region. It was not a sudden conversion, some morning when everyone simply woke up with a new god. It was a messy, complicated, deeply human process involving political calculations, economic pressures, genuine religious conviction, armed conflict, and a great many pragmatic compromises. Understanding that process is essential to understanding why berserkers disappeared, because they were not merely warriors. They were living embodiments of the old pagan religion. When that religion fell, they fell with it. The early Christian missionaries, who ventured into Scandinavia, faced a genuinely difficult sales pitch. They were trying to convince a warrior culture that prized strength, courage, and dying gloriously in battle to follow a religion whose central figure was a pacifist who preached turning the other cheek, and whose death was framed as a sacrifice rather than a glorious stand. The Norse gods were warriors. They drank. They fought. They understood the Viking life from the inside. Jesus was a carpenter who told people to love their enemies. The cultural gap was considerable. But Christianity carried certain advantages that eventually proved decisive. First, it arrived packaged with literacy, with advanced learning, and with connections to the wealthy and sophisticated kingdoms of continental Europe. Christian kingdoms were richer. They had better technology. They could offer trade opportunities that pagan Norse kingdoms very much wanted access to. Second, Christianity offered a more centralized religious structure, one that could support centralized political power. Kings who converted could claim divine sanction for their rule in ways that were simply harder under the old pagan system, where multiple gods and local traditions competed, and no single authority could claim dominion over all of them. Third, and this is perhaps the most pragmatic reason of all, Christianity was becoming the dominant religion of Europe. Kingdoms that wanted to be taken seriously, that wanted trade agreements and political alliances, needed to convert or face increasing isolation from the broader world. The conversion process typically began at the top. Kings and jarls converted first, sometimes out of genuine belief, sometimes out of pure political calculation. These rulers would then encourage or compel conversion among their subjects through means that ranged from gentle persuasion to outright violence. Churches were built, often deliberately on sites that had been pagan holy places, a symbolic act of replacement that was probably not subtle to anyone living through it. Priests arrived from Christian lands. Laws shifted, slowly but steadily, to favor Christian practices and restrict pagan ones. It was systematic cultural transformation, sustained by state power, and it worked with a thoroughness that is still striking to consider. For the Berserkers, this transformation was more than a change of government or a shift in official doctrine. It was an existential threat of a kind no enemy army had ever represented. Berserkers were fundamentally religious figures. Their identity, their practices, their entire reason for being, rested on the foundation of pagan Norse spirituality. They were Odin's warriors. They were channels for divine fury. They were participants in rituals that had been sacred for centuries. Christianity did not simply offer a different god. It declared that the old gods were demons, that the old practices were devil worship, that everything berserkers had built their lives around was not merely wrong, but actively evil. There was no room for compromise. A berserker could not simply add Jesus to his list of deities while continuing to serve Odin. The new religion demanded exclusive loyalty and complete rejection of the old ways. Christian authorities viewed berserkers with a particular and understandable horror, from within their own theological framework. These were men who deliberately entered states of altered consciousness through pagan ritual and pharmacological means, who believed themselves to be possessed by pagan gods, who committed violence in the name of those gods, and who were honored by their communities for doing so. To Christian theologians, this was not ordinary paganism. This was an especially virulent and dangerous form of it, one that actively challenged Christian authority and openly demonstrated the apparent power of the old ways. Berserkers were, in a sense, walking advertisements for the old religion, living proof that pagan practice could produce results that seemed superhuman. The Christian response was to reframe what berserker fury was, not divine possession by Odin, but demonic possession by Satan and his fallen angels. This was effective propaganda because it did not require denying that berserkers could do extraordinary things. It simply changed the claimed source of their power, from gods to demons. Berserkers were thus recast not as noble warriors, but as victims of demonic influence who needed saving through conversion, or eliminating if they refused. The religious conflict was reframed as a battle between good and evil in which only one side, the Christian one, represented true divine power. The legal assault followed from the religious one. It began in the late 11th century and accelerated through the 12th. The year 1123 is particularly significant. That is the year when Iceland's Althing, the parliament that had governed the island since its settlement, officially outlawed Berserker gang. This matters because Iceland had long been a refuge for people fleeing royal authority in Norway, a place where old traditions survived longer than in more centralized kingdoms. If even Iceland was banning Berserker practices, the cultural tide had turned completely. The specific wording of these laws is instructive. They did not simply ban violence or uncontrolled behavior, things that had always been regulated to some degree. They targeted the distinctive characteristics of berserkers with considerable precision. Going into battle without armor became illegal in many jurisdictions, which sounds peculiar until you understand that it was targeting the berserker practice of fighting unprotected as a religious statement. Shield biting was specifically named in some laws as a pagan practice that Christian warriors should not engage in. The consumption of intoxicating substances for religious purposes was banned. These were surgical strikes at the specific practices that defined what a berserker was. In Norway, King Sverre Sigurdsson, who ruled in the late 12th century, issued edicts specifically against warriors who fought without armor and engaged in berserker practices. Sverre was a genuinely interesting figure. He had been a priest before becoming king through a series of complicated succession conflicts. He therefore possessed both religious authority and political power, and his opposition to berserkers drew on both. He saw them as pagan abominations from one angle and as an undisciplined, uncontrollable military force from the other. He represents the convergence of religious and political motivation that drove the suppression. The punishments varied, but could be severe. Outlawry was common. Being declared outside the law's protection meant that anyone could kill you without penalty. It was, in practice, a death sentence delivered slowly, requiring the outlaw to flee to marginal areas and survive without community support. Church penance was another path, requiring the offender to undergo religious rituals designed to cleanse pagan influence through fasting, prayer, pilgrimage, or other acts of submission to Christian authority. In extreme cases, execution was available, particularly for berserkers who persisted after being warned to stop. Enforcement was both formal and informal. Formally, Christian kings and the church had courts and laws that could prosecute berserkers. Informally, communities that had converted became hostile to berserker practices in ways they had not been before. Berserkers had always been somewhat difficult for their communities to manage, even in the old days, even when their military value justified the trouble. Once the religious framework that had justified tolerating them disappeared, once they were reframed as demonic rather than divine, communities had far less reason to put up with them. Social pressure, shunning, and community enforcement probably drove more berserkers to convert or flee than formal legal proceedings ever did. Berserkers faced a choice that was, in truth, no choice at all. They could convert to Christianity and abandon their practices, which meant giving up their entire identity, their religious beliefs, their military role, their brotherhood, everything that had defined their lives. For men who had undergone brutal training, religious initiation, and years of service as Odin's warriors, this was asking them to declare that their entire lives had been built on a lie, or worse, on evil. Conversion meant a kind of psychological death, even if it allowed physical survival. There is no evidence that former berserkers transitioned well to being conventional Christian warriors, or farmers, or anything else the new order offered them. The alternative was exile. Some chose it. Iceland, despite eventually banning berserker practices, remained more tolerant longer than the mainland kingdoms, and some berserkers fled there in the 11th and early 12th centuries. Greenland, even more remote, offered another refuge. There are hints in some sources, intriguing and uncertain, that a few berserkers may have traveled as far as Vinland, the Norse settlements in North America. Whether they were still practicing berserkers at that point, or simply former berserkers seeking isolation, is unclear. The distance alone tells you something about how far they were willing to go. These exiles could not maintain berserker traditions effectively. The practices required community support, religious infrastructure, access to sacred substances, and the ritual knowledge that had been passed down through generations. Isolated individuals or small groups in remote areas could not replicate the full system. They might preserve fragments, personal practices, memories, pieces of something larger, but the living tradition was dying. It is something like trying to maintain a complex religious practice when you have been cut off from the institutions and communities that sustained it. Knowledge gets lost. Practices get simplified or distorted or simply forgotten. What remains is closer to memory than to living tradition. Some berserkers attempted to adapt, to find ways to carry elements of their warrior identity into Christian frameworks. This was profoundly difficult because Christianity offered no obvious equivalents. There were no Christian warrior saints who entered combat trances or used intoxicants for religious purposes, at least none that the Church officially sanctioned. The military religious orders that emerged later, the Knights Templar among them, bore certain superficial similarities. Warrior monks dedicated to religious service through violence, but the specifics were wholly incompatible. A berserker trying to become a Templar would have found the rigid discipline and Christian theology utterly foreign to everything he had been made. The fate of the physical berserker lodges and sacred sites is not well documented, but the likely shape of it is clear enough. Some were probably destroyed by Christian authorities as part of the broader campaign against pagan sites. Others may have been converted to Christian use, the buildings repurposed even as their function changed entirely. Others simply fell into disrepair as the communities that maintained them converted or dispersed. The physical infrastructure of berserker culture disappeared within a generation or two of active suppression. The knowledge base disappeared even faster. The techniques for preparing psychoactive substances, the specific rituals and Galdor chants, the methods for inducing and controlling berserker gang, all of this was transmitted orally through master and apprentice relationships within berserker communities. Once those communities broke apart and the transmission stopped, the knowledge was lost. The sagas preserve hints and fragments, but they were written down by Christian authors who had not participated in the practices and often did not fully understand what they were describing. The practical details that would allow someone to actually recreate berserker training are, for the most part, simply gone. The last mentions of practicing berserkers in the historical record date to the early 13th century, roughly 200 years after Christianization began in earnest. Those late references are often ambiguous. Sometimes it is genuinely unclear whether a source is describing an actual berserker or merely using the word as a term for an especially fierce warrior. That ambiguity is itself significant. It marks the point where berserker shifted from a specific military and religious role to a more generic term for aggressive fighting, losing its precise meaning as the living reality behind the word faded away. The Icelandic sagas, written mostly in the 13th century, preserve berserker stories, but they preserve them through a Christian lens and from historical distance. Berserkers in the sagas are frequently antagonists, dangerous and destructive figures that heroes must overcome. They are respected for their strength, They are not held up as models. The Christian authors who wrote these texts were often genuinely ambivalent about the pagan past, acknowledging its power while making clear that Christianity represented progress, order, civilization. Berserkers became symbols of a violent past that had been. The texts seemed to breathe with quiet relief, superseded. The transformation from reality to legend happened with surprising speed. Within a century of the last actual berserkers, they were already being mythologized, their capabilities exaggerated, their practices misunderstood. This happened partly because the people writing about them had never seen them. They were working from older stories, filling gaps with imagination. It also happened because berserker exploits probably were genuinely impressive enough to seem supernatural to observers who had no framework for understanding altered states of consciousness or the effects of psychoactive substances. When you cannot explain what you are seeing, the gap gets filled by something. Magic, gods, demons. The political and economic forces driving Christianization deserve emphasis here, because this was never purely about theology. Christian kings wanted to centralize power, and to do that they needed to eliminate alternative sources of authority and loyalty. Berserkers, as warriors bound to pagan gods and operating within their own internal group loyalties, represented a potential challenge to royal control. They were tied to the old, decentralized, tribal power structures that kings were working to replace with more hierarchical, centralized systems. Eliminating berserkers was part of the larger project of building unified kingdoms. Trade and international relations mattered as well. Scandinavian kingdoms that wanted access to Christian Europe, that wanted political alliances and diplomatic standing, needed to convert and adopt Christian norms. Having berserkers, with their pagan associations and disturbing practices, made Scandinavian rulers look barbaric to other European courts. Christian merchants often refused to trade with pagan communities or demanded more favorable terms when they did. Converting and suppressing practices like berserker gang was, in cold economic terms, an investment in integration with the broader European world. The Catholic Church brought institutional depth that the old pagan systems simply could not match. Monasteries served as centers of learning and Christian culture. Bishops held political influence and could pressure rulers. The Church collected tithes, giving it sustained economic power. Parish priests carried Christian doctrine down to the local level, into every village, every farm. This institutional framework could sustain a long campaign of conversion and suppression across generations. The old decentralized pagan system had no equivalent. The Church was playing a long game, and it had the resources to see it through. There is also the matter of generations. The children of berserkers grew up in an increasingly Christian society. They might have admired their father's warrior prowess, but they also lived in a world where the old ways were visibly failing, where success required adopting a Christian identity and learning to navigate the new order. The practical advantages of working within the new system rather than against it were not subtle. Over time, even families with deep berserker traditions would have converted, as the benefits of holding out diminished and the costs of doing so grew. The transformation was not entirely without its genuine benefits for Scandinavian society more broadly. Christianity brought literacy and learning. Legal systems became more codified and consistent. Trade increased. The cycle of feuding and raiding that had characterized the Viking Age gradually diminished as Christian prohibitions on violence toward fellow Christians took hold. Life for ordinary people probably improved in many ways as society became more stable. The nostalgia for the heroic pagan past, which is real in the sagas and in Norse cultural memory, coexisted with a quiet recognition that the Christian present had things to offer. But for berserkers specifically, there was no upside. They lost everything: their religious beliefs, their military role, their social position, their very identity. The skills and practices they had spent their lives mastering became not merely obsolete but criminal. The gods they had served were declared demons. The brotherhood they had belonged to was scattered. The honor they had earned was reframed as complicity in evil. It is difficult to imagine a more complete destruction of a warrior tradition, short of outright genocide. And in certain ways, what happened to the Berserkers was cultural genocide, even if most of the individuals survived physically through conversion. The irony is that Berserker effectiveness as warriors was never disproven on the battlefield. They did not fade away because better technology or superior tactics had made them obsolete. They disappeared because the cultural and religious framework that had created and sustained them was systematically dismantled by a force they had no way to fight. Christianity did not beat the Berserkers in combat. It beat them by converting their communities, outlawing their practices, cutting off their sources of knowledge and tradition, and making the social position they occupied illegal and, eventually, unthinkable. The speed of this transformation is itself worth pausing on. From the height of Viking power in the 10th century to the effective extinction of Berserkers by the early 13th, roughly 200 years passed. 8 to 10 generations. In historical terms, that is fast. Remarkably fast for the complete elimination of a major cultural practice. It is a testament to how effectively Christianity and its allied political forces could reshape a society. But it is also a reminder of how fragile cultural practices can be when the institutions and communities that sustain them are disrupted. The last Berserkers, those men who persisted into the early 13th century in remote areas or as stubborn holdouts, must have been extraordinarily lonely figures, living anachronisms, representatives of a dead past in a world that had moved on without asking their permission. Their skills were not valued anymore except perhaps as curiosities or as material for stories. Their beliefs were heresy. Their community was gone. Some probably regretted not converting earlier, when they might have done so with some remnant of dignity intact. Others, one imagines, remained defiant to the end, preferring to die as Odin's warriors rather than live as something they did not recognize. We do not have their voices, only the Christian sources that mention them briefly and dismissively before moving on to other matters. The legacy of Berserkers survived their physical disappearance, carried through the sagas, and eventually into modern culture. But what survived was mythology, not reality. The Berserkers of modern popular culture, in films, television, video games, novels, are built on legends that developed after actual Berserkers were gone, not on the historical reality. Modern Berserkers are typically depicted as warriors who can simply choose to enter a rage state whenever battle demands it. Real Berserkers were complicated religious figures whose practices carried serious physical and psychological costs, and who required extensive preparation, community support, and years of formation to function. The transformation of Berserkers from historical reality into entertaining fiction is itself worth a moment of reflection, because it shows us something true about how cultural memory works. The dramatic and impressive aspects get preserved and amplified. The disturbing, costly, or mundane aspects get quietly removed. The religious dimension gets stripped away because it does not translate comfortably to modern secular audiences. What remains is an action figure, a power fantasy, something exciting and safely fictional. This is how most cultures eventually treat their warrior traditions once enough time has passed. They become entertainment rather than history, symbols rather than realities. The medieval period between the disappearance of actual Berserkers and the modern revival of interest in them saw Berserker stories maintained primarily through the Icelandic sagas. Iceland, having converted relatively late and maintained strong connections to its pagan past through oral tradition and eventually written texts, became the main repository of these stories. The sagas were copied, read, discussed, though their audience remained limited. During the long medieval and early modern period, Berserkers were increasingly obscure, known mainly to Icelandic scholars and a small number of others interested in northern antiquities. The modern rediscovery and fascination with berserkers began with the Romantic movement's interest in folk traditions and pre-Christian European culture. These fierce pagan warriors suddenly seemed compelling again, symbols of something authentic and primal that had existed before Christianity reshaped the North. This romantic view was historically inaccurate, but it was culturally powerful, and it laid the foundation for the modern popular obsession with berserkers. The word berserk itself has its own quiet afterlife. It entered the English language and became common vocabulary for describing someone who has lost control, who has gone into a state of violent fury. You hear it in contexts that have nothing to do with Vikings or Norse religion. The customer went berserk when told the item was out of stock. My boss went absolutely berserk over the budget report. The crowd went berserk when the home team scored. The word has been entirely divorced from its original meaning. But it is everywhere, which is its own kind of immortality. What is worth noticing is how the word's meaning has shifted, and how much of the original it still carries without knowing it. Originally, a berserker was a specific type of warrior with particular religious and cultural associations. Now, going berserk simply means losing control, usually in anger, sometimes just in wild excitement. The religious dimension is gone. The Viking context is gone. But the core concept remains, someone transcending normal behavior through intense, altered state. And that is actually not so far from the original, even stripped of every specific detail. The word spread partly through the sagas being translated into English and other European languages beginning in the 18th and 19th centuries. Romantic-era scholars and poets became drawn to these Nordic warrior stories, and berserk was too vivid a word not to use. By the Victorian era, educated English speakers were encountering it in translations of Norse sagas, and from there it filtered into general use. In comic books, the Berserker template found a particular home. Marvel Comics has had multiple characters either named Berserkers or built on Berserker concepts. The X-Men's Wolverine is essentially a Berserker in modern dress, complete with uncontrollable rages that make him more effective in battle, while also making him dangerous to everyone around him. Not historically accurate, but the underlying template of a warrior who achieves greater power by losing control is recognizably descended from the same idea. Thor comics feature Norse mythology prominently, and berserkers appear periodically, usually as large and angry men with axes who seem impervious to pain. Video games have made the berserker class a staple. The berserker mode or berserker build appears across countless games as a recognizable trade-off, greater damage in exchange for reduced defense or reduced control. That trade-off is actually a fair reflection of something real, even if the specifics are simplified for gameplay. And through all of this, the actual history, the cold training lodges, the psychoactive substances, the sacred rituals, the genuine and complicated religious world that produced these warriors, that remains mostly invisible, replaced by the legend, kept alive in a form that is entertaining and safe and not quite true. There is something in that worth sitting with quietly. The age of the berserkers ended not with a bang. It ended with conversions and exiles and laws passed in assemblies, with old gods forbidden, with old practices criminalized, with knowledge lost and communities broken apart, with the last men who believed themselves possessed by Odin dying in remote places, their names unrecorded, their voices gone. From 1,000 years away, we can study what they were and try to understand them. We can trace the outlines of the training, the pharmacology, the religious framework, the military role. But the living reality of what it meant to be a berserker, or to stand across a battlefield from one, that is gone. Destroyed as thoroughly as Christianity destroyed so many other aspects of pre-Christian European culture. What remains are the stories, and in the stories, something of them persists. There is something that keeps coming back to me at the end of all of this. The idea that the Berserker lives on, even now, even here, in places as quiet as a video game menu or a sports team mascot on a can of energy drink. Something that began in sacred ritual, in smoke and animal hide, and the genuine belief that a man could become a bear, ends up as a character class you can unlock. There is a long, strange distance between those two things. In video games, the Berserker is usually a mechanical choice. You press a button, your character's statistics change. You gain speed, you lose defensive capability, you hit harder and absorb more damage in return. It is reductive, yes, but there is something quietly accurate in that design, even if the designers didn't know it. Real Berserkers did trade defense for offense. They did fight more aggressively at the cost of vulnerability. The game version strips away every religious dimension, every psychological texture, every human cost. But the basic trade-off survives. It survived the journey from the frozen north all the way into a digital interface. That seems worth pausing on. The Vikings television series, which ran from 2013 to 2020 and was enormously popular, brought Berserkers to audiences who had never encountered the concept before. The show depicted them as elite warriors who fought in trances, which is accurate enough for historical drama. Viewers were given the image of warriors in animal pelts fighting with wild abandon, which matches the popular conception, even if the details were shaped by Hollywood rather than the sagas. The show was not trying to be a documentary. It was entertainment drawing on historical elements, and its Berserkers served that purpose. They were frightening. They were effective. They looked like something you would remember. You are watching from the edge of the firelight. The men ahead of you are moving differently than other men move. Too fast, too loose, the heads rolling slightly on their necks as if they are listening to something no one else can hear. The animal skins on their backs catch the flame and seem, for a moment, to breathe. You do not move any closer. You stay where you are, in the warmth and the ordinary dark, and you watch. The 2011 film Valhalla Rising is probably the most serious cinematic attempt to engage with what Berserker psychology might actually have felt like. It follows a mute warrior with a violent past through a hallucinogenic journey. It is an art film rather than an action movie, more concerned with atmosphere and internal states than with historical accuracy, but it at least tries to grapple with the altered consciousness that define the Berserker experience, rather than simply using them as action figures. Most other depictions in film are more straightforward. Warriors who fight fiercely, serving as either intimidating enemies or powerful allies for the protagonist. The inner life is absent. The cost is absent. Only the fury remains. The manga and anime series Berserk, created by Kentaro Miura and running since 1989, takes the Berserker concept into dark fantasy. The protagonist is a warrior marked with a cursed brand who fights demons using a massive sword, channeling rage and pain into superhuman fighting ability. It is not historically accurate to Norse Berserkers in any specific way, but it captures something essential about the archetype. A warrior who gains power through trauma and fury, who exists at the boundary of humanity, who uses violence that transcends normal human limitations. The series has been profoundly influential in manga and anime, carrying a version of the Berserker concept through Japanese and global popular culture in ways that continue to spread. Role-playing games, both tabletop and digital, have featured Berserker classes since the genre began. Dungeons & Dragons has included various Berserker-related character options across its decades of editions. These game Berserkers are typically barbarian warriors who can enter rage states that make them stronger, tougher, but sometimes harder to control. The mechanical implementation varies by system and edition, but the core concept remains consistent. A warrior class that trades rationality and defense for increased offensive power. Millions of people have played Berserker characters in various role-playing games, experiencing a simplified, gamified version of what those warriors were once supposed to be. This saturation in popular culture has created a modern understanding of berserkers that is simultaneously widespread and mostly inaccurate. Most people who have heard of berserkers today think of them as Viking warriors who were particularly fierce in battle, maybe used drugs, definitely were frightening. The religious dimension is usually absent. The social complexity is gone. The psychological costs are downplayed or erased entirely. What remains is the power fantasy. The image of a warrior who can tap into primal fury and become unstoppable. It is the berserker tradition reduced to its most commercially viable elements, which makes sense for popular culture, but creates a real distance between what people imagine berserkers were and what they actually were. But popular culture is not the only place the berserker legacy lives. Modern military forces and psychologists have studied combat psychology and discovered things that the Norse understood 1,000 years ago. That humans in extreme situations can enter altered states that change their performance. That fear and pain can be overridden under certain conditions. That training and psychology can push warriors beyond their normal limitations. The terminology is different now. Modern militaries do not speak of divine possession or channeling animal spirits. But some of the underlying phenomena are remarkably similar to what berserkers experienced. Combat stress reactions, the way soldiers respond to the overwhelming pressure of battle, can include states that look behaviorally very close to berserkgang: tunnel vision, loss of rational thought, apparent superhuman strength and endurance, reduced pain sensation, difficulty distinguishing friend from foe. All of these are documented in modern combat literature, and all of them were characteristics attributed to berserkers in the sagas. Modern understanding frames these as psychological and physiological responses to extreme stress rather than religious experiences. But the practical reality of what happens to human bodies and minds in extreme combat situations has not changed in 1,000 years. Special forces and elite military units train specifically to manage fear, to control physiological responses, to maintain performance under extreme stress. All things that berserkers needed to master. The methods are completely different. Modern military psychology uses evidence-based training techniques rather than religious ritual and psychoactive mushrooms. But the goal is recognizably similar. Create warriors who can perform beyond normal human limitations when the moment demands it. Some aspects of modern military training: the stress inoculation, the repetitive conditioning until responses become automatic, the psychological work to override normal survival instincts. These would not be entirely foreign to whoever trained the first berserkers, even though the theoretical framework would be unrecognizable to them. The study of pain management and how humans can push through injuries that should be incapacitating has found that psychological state matters enormously. Soldiers in combat with high adrenaline and focused attention can fight through wounds that would immediately disable someone in a calm situation. This is documented repeatedly in medical and military literature. And it is, in essence, what berserkers were doing, using altered states and psychological conditioning to override pain responses. Modern medicine understands the mechanisms more precisely. We can speak of endorphins and adrenaline and pain gate theory. But the practical reality that humans can function through serious injury when in the right psychological state is something berserkers understood through long experience, and something they passed down through generations of brutal training. The question of whether any modern military forces have tried to recreate something resembling berserker practices is interesting and somewhat murky. Various nations have experimented with performance-enhancing substances for soldiers, though these are typically stimulants such as amphetamines rather than psychedelics like the mushrooms berserkers used. The goal is to enhance alertness and suppress fatigue rather than to induce altered consciousness, which is a different objective entirely from what berserkers were pursuing. There are rumors of more exotic experimental programs, but most of what is publicly documented stays far away from the truly extreme practices that characterized historical berserkers. The ethical and practical problems with attempting to create modern berserkers are obvious. The physical and psychological costs were enormous even in a Viking Age context, where warrior culture valued military effectiveness over individual well-being. Modern militaries in democratic societies cannot, and generally will not, impose those kinds of costs on soldiers. The unpredictability and control problems that made historical berserkers difficult to manage would be unacceptable in modern forces that prize discipline and coordination above almost everything else. And the religious dimension that motivated and justified berserker practices does not translate into modern secular military contexts. You can study berserkers and learn from them, but recreating them is neither possible nor, on reflection, desirable. Academic study of berserkers has increased significantly in recent decades. Archaeologists, historians, psychologists, and medical researchers have all contributed to a clearer understanding of what berserkers actually were, as opposed to what legend claims. The discoveries about female warriors in Viking Age graves are part of this broader academic reevaluation of Norse society. Researchers studying psychoactive substances have examined Amanita muscaria and its effects specifically to understand what berserkers were actually experiencing when they entered combat. Medical literature has examined the physiological costs of extreme stress and repeated altered state experiences, helping explain why berserkers tended to age badly and carried high mortality rates, even by the standards of violent professions. In Scandinavia particularly, there has been a revival of interest in pre-Christian cultural practices, including berserker traditions. This is not about recreating actual berserkers, which would be neither legal nor wise, but about understanding cultural heritage. Historical reenactment groups study and demonstrate Viking Age combat techniques, sometimes including stylized versions of berserker practices, minus the psychoactive substances and actual violence. These reenactors are engaged in educational performance and athletic competition, not attempting to channel divine fury. But they are keeping knowledge of historical combat practices alive in a form that can be observed and discussed. Some neo-pagan groups in Scandinavia and elsewhere have incorporated elements of berserker tradition into their religious practices, reimagining what those practices might look like in a contemporary context. These modern practitioners are not using dangerous substances or training for actual combat. They are using berserker symbolism and sanitized ritual elements as part of a contemporary pagan spirituality. This is cultural revival rather than historical recreation. Creating something new that references old traditions, rather than actually preserving those traditions unchanged. It is similar, in its way, to how modern Wicca references medieval witchcraft while being fundamentally a 20th century creation. The psychological and therapeutic communities have also taken interest in berserker-related phenomena. The understanding that extreme psychological states can enhance physical performance while simultaneously causing psychological damage is directly relevant to treating combat veterans and understanding trauma. Some therapists working with post-traumatic stress and veterans have noted similarities between combat-induced psychological states and historical descriptions of berserkgang, though obviously the modern context and treatment approaches are entirely different. The historical example of berserkers demonstrates that these extreme states have been part of human experience for millennia, which helps contextualize what modern veterans go through and removes some of the sense that their experiences are aberrant or incomprehensible. Sports psychology has also drawn on concepts related to berserkers, particularly around achieving flow states and managing competitive aggression. The idea of controlled fury, of channeling aggression productively while maintaining enough awareness to perform skillfully, is relevant to combat sports and to some degree to team sports where physical aggression is part of the game. Modern athletes are obviously not berserkers, and the comparison should be modest. But the question of how to be simultaneously aggressive and controlled, how to push physical limits while managing risk, is a question berserkers had to answer, and that athletes continue to grapple with in their own terms. The cultural memory of berserkers serves a symbolic function in modern Scandinavian identity. They are part of a Viking heritage that Nordic countries both celebrate and feel genuinely ambivalent about. On one hand, fierce warrior ancestors who terrified Europe, a source of pride, evidence of strength and courage. On the other hand, the Viking Age included substantial violence, slavery, and behavior that is morally troubling by any contemporary standard. Berserkers concentrate both of these aspects. They are simultaneously the ultimate expression of Viking warrior culture and representatives of its most extreme and disturbing practices. How modern Scandinavians relate to Berserker heritage tells us something real about how they relate to their history more broadly. The commercialization of Berserker imagery is its own phenomenon. You can buy Berserker t-shirts, Berserker video games, energy drinks with Berserker branding, sports teams with Berserker mascots. This commercial exploitation strips away all the complexity and uses Berserker simply as a brand identity for anything meant to suggest aggression, power, or extreme capability. It is cultural appropriation in the literal sense. Taking elements of a culture and using them for purposes entirely divorced from their original context. The original Berserker culture is long gone, and no one alive has direct standing to object. But the distance between what these warriors were and what their name now sells is considerable, and the contrast is quietly telling. The philosophical questions that Berserkers raise remain genuinely relevant. How far should we push human limits in pursuit of enhanced capability? What is an acceptable cost-benefit ratio for creating superior warriors? How do we balance individual well-being against collective military effectiveness? Where is the line between adaptive response to extreme stress and pathological loss of control? These are not merely historical questions. They are ones that modern military forces, sports organizations, and societies dealing with violence continue to grapple with. Berserkers represent an extreme historical answer to all of these questions, and studying them illuminates the full range of possibilities and the consequences of different choices. The ethical dimension of Berserker training is also worth sitting with, particularly in a modern context. They were, in a real sense, creating child soldiers, taking boys in their early teens and subjecting them to brutal training designed to fundamentally rewire their psychological responses. Using powerful psychoactive substances without any understanding of long-term effects. Encouraging practices that caused lasting physical and psychological damage. By modern ethical standards, Berserker training was child abuse, and the practices constituted severe ongoing self-harm. Viking Age society did not see it that way, because their values and priorities were shaped by entirely different circumstances. But the ethical questions the practices raise remain relevant when thinking about how much we should be willing to alter human bodies and minds in pursuit of military or other goals. The comparison to modern enhancement debates is instructive. We argue about performance-enhancing drugs in sports, about cognitive enhancement for students and workers, about genetic modification, about human augmentation through technology. These are all versions of the same fundamental question that Berserker training answered in its own brutal way. How much should we modify human capabilities, and at what cost? The Berserker example shows that humans have been willing to pay very high costs for enhanced capability when the circumstances seem to demand it, and that societies have been willing to impose those costs on individuals when collective benefits appear sufficient. Whether we think this was justified depends entirely on our values, but the historical precedent is unambiguous. The question of whether Berserker practices could be recreated with modern knowledge is interesting to consider, even if actually doing it would be inadvisable. Could modern pharmacology induce berserker-like states more safely? Could psychological techniques developed since the Viking Age achieve better control of the fury? Could medical monitoring and intervention reduce the physical costs? Probably yes to all three. But it would still raise serious ethical questions and would still be limited by the same control and sustainability problems that historical berserkers faced. You can make the process safer and more controlled, but then you are no longer creating berserkers. You are creating something else entirely, something that answers different questions. The cultural impact of the berserker legacy on how we think about warriors and combat is substantial, even when people do not realize they are referencing berserker tradition at all. The entire concept of the warrior who becomes more powerful by losing control, who channels rage into superhuman performance, who willingly accepts psychological and physical damage for combat effectiveness. This template appears throughout modern fiction and media, and it descends directly or indirectly from berserker tradition, filtered through centuries of cultural transmission. Every character who enters a rage mode and becomes stronger is an heir to that tradition, even if the writers have never read a saga. The psychological archetype of the berserker, the warrior who exists on the boundary between human and animal, between control and chaos, between order and fury, remains powerful in the collective imagination. It taps into deep human anxieties and fascinations. We are drawn to people who can access power we cannot reach, who can transcend the limitations we live within every day. But we are also disturbed by the loss of control, by violence that becomes something other than human. Berserkers embody both the appeal and the danger of extreme states, which is why they keep appearing in stories and media, even when most people have no idea of their historical context. The lesson that berserkers offer, if we are paying attention, is about trade-offs and costs. They achieved remarkable things. They became the most feared warriors of their age. They pushed human capabilities to extremes that few other cultures have matched. But the costs were enormous. To their bodies, their minds, their relationships, their communities. They lived shorter lives full of violence and trauma. They were often deeply unhappy despite, or perhaps because of, their power. They could not be ordinary people even when they might have wanted to be. Modern culture frequently presents berserker-style power as something to aspire toward. The historical reality suggests we should be very cautious about pursuing that kind of enhancement. The costs were real, they were high, and they did not diminish over time. Berserkers also remind us that human potential is remarkably flexible, but not infinitely so. With the right training, the right substances, and the right psychological conditioning, humans can do extraordinary things, can fight through injuries that should be incapacitating, can access states of consciousness that genuinely alter their capabilities. But there are limits, and pushing past them damages people. The Berserker project of creating warriors who could transcend human limitations succeeded, partially. But it also demonstrated, over and over, that those limitations exist for reasons, and that overriding them has consequences that do not disappear simply because the battle is won. The relationship between altered consciousness and combat effectiveness that berserkers embodied remains relevant in modern discussions of combat psychology. Modern soldiers can enter flow states, can experience altered consciousness in battle, can access capabilities they do not have in ordinary life. The mechanisms are natural human responses to extreme situations rather than deliberately induced through ritual and mushrooms, but the underlying phenomenon is similar. Understanding how and why humans can enter these states, what triggers them, what they produce, what they cost, remains important for military training and for treating combat-related psychological damage long after the fighting ends. The Berserker tradition also illuminates something about cultural attitudes toward violence. Viking Age society celebrated violence in ways that modern liberal societies find troubling, and berserkers were the ultimate expression of that celebration. They were honored for their capacity to harm. They achieved status through violent action. Their entire identity was built around being effective at hurting and killing other human beings. Modern society is more ambivalent about violence, at least officially. But we still maintain elite military forces. We still honor military service. We still preserve an organized capacity for violence as part of how we understand security. The question of how much we should celebrate versus merely tolerate violence in service of collective goals, how we should regard people whose profession requires it, these are questions the Berserker tradition illuminates even when it cannot answer them. And so, at the end of this long journey through Berserker history, through their practices and social roles, their decline and their long, strange legacy, what remains? Berserkers were real warriors who used real techniques, however strange those techniques seem to us now, to achieve real combat effectiveness that made them the elite shock troops of the Viking Age. They were not simply men who took drugs and went mad, though the drugs were genuinely part of it. They were sophisticated warrior priests working within a complex religious and cultural system that took decades to master and a lifetime to embody. They paid enormous costs for their capabilities. Costs that Viking Age society considered acceptable, but that we might not. They were ultimately defeated not on any battlefield, but by a cultural transformation that made their entire existence impossible. And they left a legacy that echoes through modern culture in ways both obvious and subtle, from the word berserk itself to the countless fictional warriors who carry their template without knowing it. The story of Berserkers is, in the end, a very human story about what people are capable of, for better and for worse. It is about pushing limits and paying costs, about serving gods and causes and communities through violence, about tradition and training, brotherhood and isolation, achievement and destruction, about being more than human and less than human at the same time. And it is about how even the most feared warriors, the ones who seemed genuinely unstoppable in their moment, can be rendered obsolete by changes in the world around them that no amount of fury can stop. The Berserkers are gone, but they are still worth understanding, still worth studying, still worth thinking about when we ask questions about human potential, about enhancement, about the costs we are willing to pay for capability, about what it means to be a warrior in any age. And I think about that sometimes. How much of history is the story of people who pushed past the edge of what was survivable, and what they found there and what it cost them? The Berserkers pushed further than most. They believed they could become bears. They believed they could channel the fury of gods. And the strange truth, the genuinely quiet, strange truth, is that something in that belief was not entirely wrong. Sleep well, dream of quieter things than this. The night is long and peaceful, and whatever you are carrying, you can set it down now. Sleep well tonight. Wherever you are, whatever you're carrying, the story will still be here in the morning. Sleep well.